is now in session. The Honorable Shirley Matthews presiding.
We are all here.
Your Honor, I do have something I need to. Sorry. Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279990 FH.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDonald appearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keith on behalf of people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Chairman Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
They're all here. Let them go.
Okay, my question, I'm asking the court when there's an objection, if we can all slow down and I'm objecting to the prosecutor making these speeches on the record that go in front of the jury.
Well, what speeches are you talking about?
Yesterday, during the questioning, when Brian Maloche was up, the prosecution, when they would object, they would start to just say,
well, I guess the first thing, and you guys, in the heat of battle, people forget this, even though they know it, that you can't make a record if people are talking at one time, but there should be a legal objection and a response to it. Things kind of went sideways yesterday because I think that the prosecution was saying to you, Ms. Smith, you may have opened the door. I think it's already open. Are we going there? So I think their intention was to warn you, stop you, or let you know that if you were going to go there, they were going to go there. So I really think the prosecution was making a statement or interrupting you for the purpose of wanting to comply with my order excluding certain evidence. So, things got a little crazy yesterday. So,
Your Honor, I believe it was beyond that issue and it was on other questions. And I'm going to tell the court, I did the same thing at points. And looking back at the tape, I said things. I just would ask we slow down with objections and that neither side say things that should not be put on the record in front of the jury.
Okay, so objection and a response.
Thank you.
All right.
So as we went through exhibits 348 to 400 yesterday, we stipulated them, but I don't think they were formally admitted, so I just moved for the formal admission now. Through the photographs from the witness.
Yeah, no objection.
Did you receive my email about the sealed record?
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, so I want to do that not while the jury is waiting, and it won't take much time. Looking for my list. Sorry, I'm looking for my exhibit. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Keith, you're moving for the admission of exhibit.
There were 348 to 400. They were agreed upon by defense, but I don't think they were formally admitted by the court. I just want to make sure the record's clear.
Yeah,
I neglected to ask for their admission, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think there was sort of an understanding. So 348 through 400, Ms. Smith, I knew there.
Yeah, I made no objection, and I did have down they were admitted, but either way, there's no objection.
Okay, 348 through 400 are admitted. I have a lot of people on their desks, so I suspect that's where my exhibit list is. Anyway, are you ready for the jury?
I believe so.
Yes.
Who's the first witness?
Lieutenant Willis.
Lieutenant Willis? Okay. All right.
Judge, we will be playing a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video. I'll let the court know before to also inform the victims in the courtroom and so the media is aware.
Yeah, the media's been very cooperative, so I'm sure the victims would like heads up too.
Of course.
And Your Honor, on the exhibit, the court knows I objected. The court's made a ruling. Can we just not move for objection in front of the jury so I don't have to tell them I've objected? We know it's admitted.
Oh, you don't want to object? Are you saying you don't want to object in front of the jury?
Yeah, because it's already been admitted.
Oh, I understand. So your objection was noted for the record.
Thank you.
Okay. I ongoing objection to it.
Right, thank you.
All right.
All right, for the verdict.
Good morning, you may be seated. Thank you for doing so timely. We appreciate you. I'm going to ask the prosecutor to make service.
Lieutenant Timothy Willis.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the evidence you saw help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, please step up, have a seat, and then would you please state your name for the record?
Timothy Willis, TimothyWillis.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. I just need to make sure this is connected.
Is this on, Judge?
What's that?
Is this on?
That usually is last. That usually is on last. So
Thank you.
It's all in a second.
Is the screen on, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the last thing that goes on usually.
May I proceed, Judge?
Go ahead.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
What is a detective lieutenant?
My duties include, I'm one of two detective lieutenants in the Investigative Forensic Services Division. We offer support services through investigations to our agency and really law enforcement in the region. My duties include the Special Investigations Unit. I'm in charge of that. I'm in charge of the Fugitive Apprehension Team. I'm in charge of the Computer Crimes Unit, and I'm in charge of our Warrants Unit.
Okay. And we've heard about the Special Investigative Unit through Sergeant Joseph Bryan. Does that individual work for you as well?
He does.
Okay, so specifically the Special Investigative Unit, can you tell the jury what they do?
So the Special Investigations Unit handles major crimes for our agency. We often get requests from other agencies to assist with their crimes or handle them. These crimes range from high-profile cases, political cases, whatever really they kind of request. Our training is pretty expansive in as much that we handle like larger complex cases.
And how long have you been a lieutenant?
Since 2016.
Okay, and all told, how long have you been a police officer?
I hired in 1996, so I'm approaching 28 years.
All right. Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you notified of an active shooter situation at the Oxford High School?
I was actually at the prosecutor's office discussing another totally separate matter, and the prosecutor and her chief assistant came in and advised me, was I aware that there was a shooting at the Oxford High School, and I was not at the time.
Okay, so you were meeting on a different case completely?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately the time that occurred?
It was around, understand it was a very difficult time to remember exactly, but it was around 1 o'clock.
Okay. And what did you do when you were notified?
Prior to that, we had recently had a similar, but it was a false alarm incident at a different school. So my initial thought was this was another one of those, just someone pulled an alarm or something happened. I immediately collected my things. I got up and walked. I made a phone call. For the life of me, I've been trying to remember who I called. I cannot remember. I do remember them telling me it's real.
Okay. And when you were told it's real, what clicked in with you?
I went downstairs.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Take your time.
I went downstairs and immediately got in my car and went lights and sirens to the scene.
Okay. When you say lights and sirens, what does that mean?
My vehicle is an undercover vehicle for all intents and purposes, but it is equipped with lights and sirens to respond to different things. So, police term, we call it coding. It's just like when you see cops racing to the scenes, it was very similar to that, except my car is an undercover type vehicle.
Do you recall how long it took you to get there?
It was somewhere within 20 minutes, I believe it was.
Okay. Do you remember the drive at all?
I remember portions of the drive to the scene. If you're familiar with the area, M24, Lapeer Road is the major route that we took to get there. It's a major road to get there, and it was completely lights, sirens, cars, just flooding northbound on Lapeer Road, and it was chaos.
So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as People's 5. This is a map of the Oxford High School. Can you see that on your screen?
I can, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me what you observed when you first arrived at the school?
I observed when I came, there was students leaving the school. There was police officers flooding into the school. Emergency first responders. I know some of our people came right from their home address. It was I remember being shocked I live in a neighboring community, and I was just shocked that we have that amount of resources in a northern Oakland County school that quickly. Because, I really moved to get there. By the time I was there, people were just flooding that place.
Do you recall where you went? First of all, let me ask you this. Did you go inside the school?
I did.
Okay, when you went inside the school, what was the situation?
I have no recollection of where I parked exactly, but I know I went in through the front office area. You can see on right there where it says office.
Okay.
That entrance on the south there.
So this would be the main entrance to the school?
Yes.
Okay.
Captain Todd Hill, he was then a lieutenant, had already set up an incident command post, an interior post. Understand, we had a perimeter all secured. We were securing all the doors, no one in and out, unless you were law enforcement or emergency first responders. And we set up, because it was so cold that day, it wasn't ideal. However, the area where we were at, we determined to be relatively safe. So all of us responded to that area to start handing out our assignments. We refer to that as the interior command.
Okay, so you said incident command, interior command. Tell us the difference.
I'm sorry. So the interior command is just the location on the interior. Incident command is where most, if not all, the decisions are made. So at the time, the incident commander, Captain Hill, his focus was casualties, safety and security of the building, and searching for additional shooters. When I was driving to the scene, I do recall them saying, we were getting tips from, imagine being a civilian, driving around and seeing cars fly by you, hearing about a shooting. We got tips just flooded into our 911 center about, I think the shooter's in this car. I think the shooter's in this car. There's a man in a camouflage jacket running through the gravel pit. We think that's a shooter. So it was just, all we knew to do was go to the school first. We had no idea what else, if anything, was going on. So the exterior command was set up to first to protect the school. The interior command was set up to handle the issues going on within the school that, for lack of a better term, were most known at that point. Okay,
so you were a lieutenant at the time?
I was.
Okay. And at the time, you were also in charge of the Special Investigative Unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Instead, Lieutenant, now Captain Hill was focused on the active scene. So
Yes, sir.
clearing and casualties, things like that. Okay, what was your focus then?
So immediately upon entering the thing, I had a brief conversation with Captain Hill, advised that I would be handling the investigative portion of this. And we started then devising a plan, the best way that I could participate in the active investigation while the other stuff was going on. There was so many tips, if you will, social media tips coming in about this, that, and the other that, you know, a lot of them certainly proved not to be true, but they had to be vetted. So, you know, I could not just go in and start investigating the scene. There was several opportunities, i.e. For us to interview. We heard victims were at hospitals that needed to be interviewed. There was obviously tons of staff, personnel, and students still on the scene that we wanted to talk to and discuss and try to figure out what had happened.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that it was your responsibility to coordinate this investigative effort?
Yes, sir. So my job, that's exactly what my job is. My job is to direct those resources to the follow-up investigation.
Would it be fair to say that you are the officer in charge of this case?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Tell the jury, please, what does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So, as I stated earlier, I direct the investigation, meaning identify and attempt to interview or have my team attempt to interview victims, witnesses. I decide, I assist. You saw Bob Catellis up here from the crime lab. Him and I worked together about obtaining what evidence we deemed was going to be necessary for this case. I direct officers, you know, to secure I directed the officers to secure the Crumbley home because we learned where the shooter lived. At the end of that, I comprised the information, and then I turned it over to the prosecutor's office, and then we discuss charging decisions.
And that's what an officer in charge does in every investigation.
That's right. This investigation was not unique to that. We do them with all of ours.
Okay. Now, it's fair to say that there was a massive amount of evidence uncovered in this case.
Yes. Imagine we estimated approximately 1,700 people in the school that day. They weren't using their lockers. It was backpacks, cell phones, you know, just dropped in. Obviously, you know, they were worried about their safety. So we just had a lot of evidence within the school, not counting, you know, evidence at different hospitals from victims, the shooter's home, things of that nature.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is Exhibit 1. We have stipulation.
Yes. Your Honor, we would stipulate to exhibits 1 through 4.
1 through 4.
1 through 4, thank you.
1 through 4 and Heather.
Sir, I'll just give you all these right here.
Okay.
One is on top.
Yep.
Can you tell me, please, what I've just handed you?
These are the autopsy protocols for the 4 deceased victims.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's all. Okay, thank you.
Sir, tell us, you've reviewed the autopsy protocol in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the identities of the victims who were murdered on November the 30th?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted, stipulated to as Exhibit 418. Who is that?
That's Hannah St. Juliana.
Okay. And how old was she when she was killed?
14.
And sir, can you tell us, please, how she was killed?
The official cause and manner of death from the autopsy protocol is multiple gunshot wounds, homicide. She was shot in her upper torso, her abdomen, her thighs.
Could you refer to Exhibit 2?
I'm sorry, and her left forearm. I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize. Referring to Exhibit 2 now.
Lieutenant, can you tell me if you need, did I promote or didn't promote you, Lieutenant? Can you tell me if you need a break?
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, just let me know, okay?
Yep. Thank you.
Now, this is People's 419 on the screen. Now, also referring to, this has been stipulated to, also referring to Exhibit 2, autopsy protocol for Madison Baldwin. Sir, how old was she when she was killed on November the 30th?
17 years old.
And how did she die?
Again, cause and manner of death was gunshot wound to the head. Manner of death was homicide. It was a close contact shot, meaning the firearm was either on or near the victim's head when the trigger was pulled.
Referring now to Exhibit 3. That's an autopsy protocol for Justin Schilling, is that right?
I think I have St. Mary's 3, Justin Schilling's 4.
Thank you, St. Mary. And how old was he when he was killed?
St. Mary was 16 years old.
This is Exhibit 420, it's been stipulated to. Tell us please how Tate was killed.
Again, the cause and manner of death in the autopsy protocol was gunshot wound. Tate had multiple gunshot wounds. Manner of death was homicide. Tate was shot in the back of the head at a further distance.
Now Exhibit 4, sir. And that's the autopsy protocol for Justin Schilling.
Yes.
I'm showing what's been admitted, stipulated to for admission is People's Exhibit 421. Sir, is that Justin Schilling?
It is.
How old was he when he was killed?
17 years old.
Tell the jury, please, how he died.
Justin Schilling, you'll see, you'll observe it, but he was, cause and manner of death from the autopsy protocol was gunshot wound to the head, homicide. He was also shot at close contact to the back of the head.
Sir, were others wounded and suffered gunshot wounds as well inside the school?
Yes.
Do you know their names?
I do.
Can you tell us who they are, please?
There's Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Kylie Osage, Riley Franz, John Asciuto, Aiden Watson, and Molly Darnell, who testified earlier.
Thank you, sir. Sir, tell us what happened when you assumed, may I approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Tell us what happened after you assumed the lead of the investigation. So where were you when this happened, and tell us the first thing that you did.
So the first thing I did was collect myself because I was pretty overwhelmed, and then we were determining areas of the school were had searched, and we were getting kids to the reunification point, which is, I think, was testified to at the Meyer. As that was happening, I made an announcement that I was handling the investigation to the 100+ emergency first responders that were in that office area that we saw earlier. And I said, if you're an investigator, come see me. And in hindsight, I don't know if it was the most efficient way of doing business, because 100 investigators started walking toward me. I've never obviously dealt with anything like that before, but partners from the ATF is where I met Special Agent Brandon, partners from the FBI, local law enforcement from all over the region, all offering help.
Okay, so was it your responsibility at that point to direct certain officers and agencies to do certain aspects of this investigation?
That's correct. So, for instance, Special Agent Brandon approached me with his partner, I believe, and said, you know, do you have the registered owner of the murder weapon? And I said, at this point, no, I did not. He's like, I'll take, let me take some information off the gun. We'll handle that. We'll track that down for you. And he did that, and I saw him, or I heard from him a short time later, where he advised the gun was registered to James Crumbley.
Okay. And you discovered that weapon was purchased on November the 26th, 2021 by Mr. Crumbley?
That's right. Just a few days prior on the Black Friday before.
Now, while you were on scene, did you come to learn the identity of the shooter?
I did.
And then was a decision made to secure the Crumbley family home?
It was. The shooter was on his way to the Oxford substation. I directed a couple of my investigators, Sergeant Joe Bryan, who you saw, to attempt to interview him at the substation. In addition, now that we knew who the shooter was, I directed detectives from the Pontiac substation. Lieutenant Marsban kind of spearheaded that part, and to go to the shooter's home to look for any additional casualties. It's not uncommon in a shooting situation where the shooter starts in the home and then goes to the school. So I was concerned about that initially.
In a school shooting situation?
That's correct.
Okay, and you had learned about that in your training?
Yeah, and just by prior school shootings.
Okay.
It's certainly not uncommon for that to happen.
And so you sent officers to that location, 112 East in Oxford?
I did.
Right. Now, at that time, was there a concern of explosives?
Yes. So, again, understand everything's happened very, very quickly. People started doing open source searches on the name.
The name of whom?
The shooter.
Okay.
And finding different things, and the internet is a very expansive place, as we all know. And there came a video from YouTube of him deploying a Molotov cocktail, which is essentially an accelerant in a bottle with some sort of ignition device, wick, if you will. You throw it, and when you throw it, it blows up, spreads, because the fuel inside it kind of spreads. So there's a YouTube video of that. There was also, and I'm sure we'll get to it, there was also a journal with written passages in it that described secondary devices, meaning, there was a concern, and again, at this point, I went back to Captain Hill and advised him, hey, look, there's a concern that there may be secondary devices in and around the school.
Okay. So when that information became known to you as lead investigator, what steps happened next?
So Captain Hill contacted the Michigan State Police bomb squad. While that was happening, I wasn't present for this, but it's my understanding a canine from the sheriff's office alerted, an explosives canine alerted on the backpack that was found in the bathroom the shooter exited prior to the shooting. So
what does that mean, an alert?
So the alert means that the dog detected some sort of explosive. Now, it could be a legitimate explosive, it could be a firearm, it could be ammunition, it could be something of that.
Okay. So what was done to alleviate this threat?
So, as I stated, Captain Hill called for the Michigan State Police bomb squad. They went in with a robot, and I have no expertise on how that works, but they determined that the bag was safe.
Okay. Now, sir, you were obviously on the scene at the school on November the 30th, 2021.
I was.
And you became aware that the Oxford High School has a number of security cameras.
That's correct.
Okay. And as the officer in charge of the investigation, did you also interview witnesses or review witness statements?
I did.
Okay. As a result of that, did you learn the path the shooter took on November the 30th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell us in what hallway and outside what room the shooting started?
Yeah, from the map earlier, you saw the highlighted area. That's all commonly referred to in Oxford as the 200 hallway. There's a short hallway and then a longer hallway. The shooter exited the bathroom adjacent to room 258 and that's when the shooting began.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as People's 12. What are we looking at here?
So this is the backpack that the shooter carried into the bathroom that was examined for explosives that we found on the scene.
And what else do we see in this picture?
So you can see that there's some personal effects. There's charging cables. There's a journal. There's a book.
Okay. When we reference journal, this is what we're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what of note was discovered on those pages of paper? Not in the journal, but the other pages.
Yeah, so there was over 90 loose leaf papers you can see right there. They're different assignments or whatever. And can't hold me to it. Over 50 were had drawings of firearms on them.
Now, sir, did you have the opportunity to review that handwritten journal that's depicted in People's 12?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Describe what that journal is.
So the contents, sir, or describe the journal?
Both.
So the journal was a hardbound leather type journal. Should be in there. You might need to cut it open, Mark, a bit. It was there was approximately 22 pages of written information in the journal. It appears from some of the dates that it was written from the back cover to the front. The earlier dates seem to be on the back side, if that makes sense to you. Like I said, it was about 22 pages total in length.
Judge, I'm going to mark this for demonstrative purposes only as exhibits. So the record's clear. I believe that's 428, again, for demonstrative purposes.
I'm sorry, may I please take a look at it?
Oh, yes.
Is that just the journal?
It's just
the whole thing?
that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No, we have scissors.
Thank you.
So that black notebook you're holding in your hand, that's what's depicted here in Exhibit 12 that I'm magnifying.
That's correct.
Okay. Now these papers that we just talked about, we said over 50 with different pictures of weapons. There's no evidence that was ever turned in the school, is that correct?
Yes, I have no evidence of that.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity to read the entire journal?
I have.
Okay. Out of that notebook, how many pieces of paper have actual writing to it?
22.
And does one of those 22 pages include just a drawing and a quote from a book?
Yes.
Okay. Now, out of the remaining 21, how many reference the school shooting?
Every single one.
So there are some that have been admitted, some portions of that. I'm going to go through those with you. Just so you're aware, we've numbered them to keep them straight for you as well as the jury. Number 1 is the drawing, page number 1. Page 22 would be the back cover of that journal. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, and the back cover of the journal has actual writing on it as well.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you
Exhibit
exhibit 401.
Yes. 401.
Okay, are you gonna go through?
So the ones that have been,
I understand, 401.
they're all 401.
Oh, they're all 401, I see, thank you.
Sure.
You said individually, so I got confused.
Okay. So this has been admitted as page 401. Sir, in reading the journal, were there passages in there indicative of a request for mental health help?
Yes.
Can you read what's been identified here as page 6 of that journal?
Yes, the shooter writes, I have zero help, as you can see by the bold, for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
We'll move on to page 5. Could you read this passage, please?
In this one, the shooter writes, I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, and I can't get any help.
Now, this is page 19. Can you read that?
Yes, shooter writes, my parents won't listen to me about help or therapist.
Sir, in that journal, were there entries about the shooter's desire to obtain a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
This is also Exhibit 401, page 22. Could you read those quotes, please?
Yes, the shooter writes, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon, I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Sir, were there any passages regarding the shooter's plan for the actual shooting?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Here's page 3, also Exhibit 401. Could you read that, please?
Yes. Shooter writes, I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Were there any journal entries about the shooter's access to the 9mm handgun?
There were.
This is also Exhibit 401, also page 3. Could you read that, please?
Yes, sir. The shooter writes, first off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo. I am fully committed to this now. So yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
Thank you, sir. Now, is the journal written in normal size fonts, or are there certain passages that are bolded and larger than normal size font?
Both.
Okay. And were there drawings in there as well?
There were drawings.
Okay. Were the drawings small or were they large?
Yeah, there were large drawings.
Okay. What's an example of a large drawing?
Yeah, so there was a large drawing in the journal of a firearm being pointed at the back of a presumably a woman's head. There was a drawing depicting a 9mm round, caliber round, versus a 22 caliber round. Those types of pictures were found in the journal.
Okay. And on the cover of the journal, what does that say? The actual cover of the journal itself?
It says apartments.com.
Okay. You said you've seen the Oxford High School security footage that depicts the actual shooting.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we're going to introduce that now. This is Exhibit 402. It's been admitted. I would like, if the court could instruct the media not to play that.
Yes, the media has agreed, and I'm going to request that the media not play, show the video in the school. That's surveillance footage of November 30th, 2021, and is People's Exhibit 402.
402, thank you.
And the victims who are present are aware of the content of this specific video.
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
Before we get started, tell us please what this view depicts, what hallway?
Okay, so if you can recall back to the highlighted areas of the school map, this is that short hallway. The shorter portion of the long, it's all of the 200 hallway, but it's the shorter portion of the entire...
Can I stop you for a second? Are you okay if the audio is on still?
There's no audio.
Well,
is audio?
There's streaming in the courtroom, and there might be audio from the news camera, so I just want to make sure that there's no objection.
That's fine. There's no audio of the video.
Okay, right, okay.
And so this is the short portion of the 200 hallway?
Yes, and the bathroom that you see right there by the drinking fountains is the one that, correct. That's where the shooter will go into and then emerge from and begin his shooting.
And that's where that backpack was found?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this doorway here would be the doorway to classroom 258?
That is 258 there, yes.
Okay. And just so the record is clear, this video begins at 12:46 p.m.
Yes.
and the actual shooting began at 12:51.
Correct.
I'm going to play right now. Again, this is 12:46. Tell me if and when you see the shooter walking down the hallway.
Okay. He is behind the young lady in the red sweatshirt right there. He's about, with the mask on, the black shirt, and the gray sweatshirt.
Okay. And that's with his backpack over his shoulders?
That's right. Yes, sir. And he's going to make a right turn into the bathroom here.
Here we have a split screen at this point, and that's
just a camera angle from the other hall, or from the same hall facing the other way.
Okay. We're stopping at 41 seconds. Identify who you see in this video.
So that's the shooter. If you want to, the two. That's Phoebe. On the left there is Phoebe Arthur. To the right is Elijah Mueller.
Okay.
This is John Asciutto. So these four young ladies here in the Carhartt or the brown jacket is Kylie Osage. Directly across from her is Hannah St. Juliana. This is Riley Franz in the pink backpack, and across from her is her sister Bella Franz.
Okay.
At the very end, you can see the beginning. That's Madison Baldwin walking up the hallway.
And this is at 12:51 and 12 seconds on November the 30th?
That's correct.
Lieutenant, why do the officers have to run past Madison, Anna, and Kylie?
In our training for active shooters, we were trained to respond, drive up right to the door if you have to, and go in, search for stimulus, meaning sounds, gunshots, or whatever. Run to that and eliminate the shooter. Stop them, whatever, however you can. Because the situation was active and the killing hadn't stopped. You can't stop and render aid. I know.
Take a break, please.
If I could just finish this part, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
No problem. I know those officers. And that is the hardest thing they've had to do in their life.
We take a break.
It looks like a 10-minute break.
All right, for the jury.
It's
We were just notified by a victim advocate that there were victims and family of victims using the restroom in the hallway, and apparently a juror was in the same restroom as the juror walked out. There was no communication, no words spoken. I just wanted to place it on the record.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. At one time, I mean, I don't want to tell you the inner workings of, we have 2 jury rooms going here, we've had personality issues, we've had privacy issues. There are 4 bathrooms there, so, okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to make.
No, I appreciate that. That's why I don't want them going to the cafeteria. Okay. Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Lieutenant Willis, you are still on the roll, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Officer.
Thank you. Sir, you mentioned earlier that you directed officers to the Crumbley family home at 112 East in Oxford?
Correct.
Okay. And approximately how far in distance is that home to the school?
A mile.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as officer in charge and as a sheriff's office employee, you're aware that vehicles have in-car recording capability?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been, I believe, stipulated to is Exhibit 341. This is an in-car video of Deputy Zajak's marked patrol car. That's 341.
Sorry, I'm just.
Was that admitted through Joe Bryan or not?
No, just 342 was.
And I'm sorry, we have no objection to 341.
Right, 341 is admitted.
And, sir, so we're clear, the deputies arrived at 112 East at 2:48 p.m., 2:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's November the 30th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And as we saw in the video, the shooter was taken into custody at 1 p.m.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So let me just get the volume turned up.
Right now, you get them. Why is she in here? I don't know. Can you take the handcuffs off of her, please? Everything will be followed. Okay, butt in first. Okay, you make it. It's not going to be long for those handcuffs. I promise.
Why am I the cuffs off?
We can figure out everything.
Huh, it hurts. Like it really hurts.
Hold on, what's that?
Why am I in your cuffs?
I don't know. I don't know. I asked them the same fucking thing.
They didn't do anything. I'm getting claustrophobic. I'm getting claustrophobic.
I mean, don't freak out in front of the house. This is going to be a lot better if you don't make the situation.
Why are they here? Why are they here? Okay, can you put glass in my nose, please? Put chocolate on my lip, please. And give me a cookie phone. Why are I'm so confused?
Why are you in fucking handcuffs?
on it.
I set it down and then I have a cop ready to go.
Look at it in our house. I'm so confused.
People dealing with this shit and already dealing with this shit. Why have we got to do this?
Where's our gun?
In the country,
Where's that?
in the treasure. Okay, question is number 5.
That's Patrick! It's Patrick!
You didn't hear me, Jim. He can't hear you. He's not going to be able to hear you. Jen, he can't hear you. I love you in case something happens. If anything happens, you do not answer any questions about here. I might get you here.
It's Jennifer?
Jennifer, come on now, wait, hang it up. Take the handcuffs off. So that video started at 2:49 p.m. November the 30th. This was after they had spoke with Sergeant O'Brien at the Oxford substation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the video that we saw with Sergeant Pesky, that occurred directly after this.
That's correct.
Okay. So when she was taken out of the vehicle, she was placed in a different vehicle, and that's where Sergeant Pesky spoke with her.
Correct.
Okay. And then as Edward Wodrowski testified, they arrived home from the location data at 2:30 p.m. after the substation.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, do you know the date in which Jennifer Crumbley was charged?
December 3rd.
Okay, so the shooting happened on Tuesday, November the 30th. December 3rd would have been a Friday.
That's correct.
Okay. And
I believe it was noon, around noon.
okay. Tell us what happens when someone is charged with a felony in the state of Michigan. The process they actually have the charging document.
So the prosecutors give me a warrant. I go in front of a judge and I swear to the facts of the case. The judge authorizes the warrant.
Okay. And that's what we would commonly refer to as a swear to?
Swear to, correct.
All right. And did that happen in this case?
It did.
Is that a closed proceeding or is that open to the public?
It was open.
Okay. In fact, it was broadcast at that point.
There was media present for that, yes.
And Jennifer and James Crumbley were not in custody at the time of the swear-to, is that right?
That's correct, they were not.
We've already heard from Dave Hendrick about the fugitive apprehension team in that part of the investigation. Tell us, please, how retired Sergeant Hendrick's team got involved.
So, upon being made aware that charges were coming, we knew that they weren't at the residence. So I had Sergeant Hendrick, who worked for me, deploy the fugitive apprehension team to locate the suspects.
Okay, that's purely a law enforcement function. Is that be correct?
100%, yes.
Okay, so as a detective lieutenant in charge of all of these different divisions, that includes the fugitive apprehension team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the decision then would have ultimately been yours?
Yes, I told him to go attempt to look for him.
Okay. Now was that on Friday the 3rd or was that prior to Friday the 3rd?
I don't recall.
Okay. He testified yesterday that he recalled it being Thursday the 2nd. Is that accurate or you just don't remember?
Yeah, I don't. I think it's accurate, but I don't remember it specifically.
Okay. That's fair. Now, during the course of your investigation as the officer in charge, did you learn where the defendant went after her phone was seized in the evening of November 30th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess the reference point, Lieutenant Sam Marsman testified yesterday as to the date and time when her phone was seized. You were here for that testimony?
I was.
Okay. So I'm going to have you walk us through that timeline.
Okay.
Now, we've heard about the track phone purchases.
Yes.
Did you discover where those purchases occurred?
Yes, at a Walmart in Lapeer.
Okay. This would be exhibits. This is exhibit 404. I don't believe we have an objection.
Any objection to 404?
No.
404 is admitted.
Okay, so this is a photograph of the exhibit. What are we looking at here?
This is the purchase receipt for the track phones from the Walmart in Lapeer.
Okay. And did you learn where they stayed that night?
They stayed at a hotel in Lapeer.
Sure. I'm going to show you exhibit 405. I don't believe there's an objection to 405 either.
No.
405 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. This is 405. What are we looking at here?
This is a receipt for the overnight stay at the Holiday Inn Express in Lapeer.
Now, did you do the swear-to for the shooter as well in this case?
I did.
Okay. And when did that occur?
That was it was on the December 1st. Time was sometime in the early afternoon.
Okay. If I said 3:51 p.m., would that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. Do you know where James and Jennifer Crumbley were then?
Yes. It was a swear-to, much like we do typically, open to the public. They were I believe they were on Zoom in their vehicles.
Okay. That proceeding's open to the public, is that right?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you. First, let me ask you, did the investigation uncover where they stayed the day after the shooting, December the 1st, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Okay. This is exhibit 408.
No objection.
408 is admitted. 407 is not.
They skipped.
Correct, Judge.
Okay. Thank you.
Instead of renumbering all the exhibits, we thought it.
Oh, no, it's all right. I just want to make sure I was keeping up.
Thank you, Judge. 408, what are we looking at here?
This is an extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay. And this is where the defendant and her husband checked in December the 1st, 2021?
That's correct.
Does it indicate a check-out date?
December 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And that's that Friday?
Yes.
Now, we heard from Sergeant Hendrick, retired Sergeant Hendrick, that they recovered a vehicle belonging to the Crumbleys in Auburn Hills.
They did.
Okay. Is this the location where that vehicle was recovered?
It is.
Okay. This is Exhibit 409. Photograph.
No objection.
409 is admitted.
What are we looking at here?
This is one of the two vehicles owned by the Crumbleys, backed in a parking spot at the Extend and Stay in Auburn Hills.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were banking records from the Crumbleys obtained?
Yes.
All right. Specifically on December the 2nd, so that'd be the Thursday, did you find that they had withdrawn cash on multiple occasions?
Yes, they did.
This is Exhibit 411. I believe this is covered under stipulations as well.
I'm sorry, did you say 411?
411, yeah.
That's not 411.
No, the next slide. I don't want to publish it until you confirm that it was stipulated.
Yes, it is.
Any objection to 411?
No objection, sorry.
411 is admitted, and again, 410 is not.
Correct, Judge. Yeah, thank you, Judge. Okay, what are we looking at here in Exhibit 411?
This is a withdrawal of $2,000, withdrawal transfer, $2,000 from Flagstar by Jennifer Crumbley.
Now, Edward Rogowski told us about replacement phones. Did you uncover that James and Jennifer Crumbley, after buying their track phones, bought another set of phones?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the date and location where that happened?
That was in Owasso.
Owasso, Michigan?
Yep.
Okay. And that's on December the 2nd, 2021?
I'm sorry. Yes, it was on December 2nd.
Okay. This is going to be 413, the T-Mobile receipt.
No objection.
413 is admitted.
Yes, it's just 413, correct? Mm-hmm. All right. And so what are we looking at here?
This is the purchase of the two replacement phones.
Okay. And that was Owasso, Michigan, on December the 2nd, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. What's the relative distance from Owasso to Auburn Hills?
It's about an hour.
Now, did they obtain more cash in this time frame?
Yes, they did.
Back to the banking records. This is 411. No objection to this. I believe we stipulated to this. Is that correct, Counsel?
Yes.
Yeah.
411. Okay. This is Friday, December the 3rd, 2021. And what is the withdrawal amount of cash in this exhibit?
$4,000.
Now, was evidence uncovered in the investigation that showed you a transfer or withdrawal was made from the defendant's son as well?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 414. Again, it's covered under stipulation. Move to admit.
Any objection to 414?
No objection.
414 is admitted.
Thank you. So what are we looking at here in Exhibit 414?
So this is the Simply Kids savings account, Ethan Crumbley's account.
Okay. And specifically on November the 30th, 2021, do you see a withdrawal from that account?
Yes, there was a $3,000 withdrawal that day.
And November 30th, is that significant to you?
That's the day of the shooting.
Okay. And how much was left in her son's account?
99 cents.
So what we can tell from the banking records and messages, at this date and time, the defendants obtained $6,000 in cash, $3,000 transferred from their son's account, and they were attempting another $5,000 from horse sales?
That is right. Yes, sir.
Now, do you know where the defendant went after she checked out of the Auburn Hills motel?
They traveled to the address in Detroit, the warehouse.
Okay, and that's the address that William Creer testified to yesterday, 1111 Belleville?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to show you portions of that exterior surveillance footage that was obtained. Before we do, we've already talked about the timestamp difference. The timestamp on the video is about 22 or 23 minutes fast. Is that correct?
Yes.
So these will be, we marked them separately for convenience, as 415 and 416.
Okay.
And the people will move to admit and publish now. We'll start with 415.
Any objection to 415 and 416?
No objection to 415. There is an objection to 416 because Mrs. Crumbley's not a part of it.
Judge, I think it is relevant to show what happened with the vehicle and why, especially in light of Mr. Kirkley's testimony yesterday. and Mr. Career's testimony yesterday.
Your Honor, it doesn't involve Mrs. Crumbley, so I would object.
I think it's relevant to their activities, and it's non-testimonial. I'm going to admit it.
Thank you. Again, I'll start with 4:15. Before we hit play. Again, the timestamp is 11:20 and 35 seconds on December the 3rd, 2021.
That's right.
Okay, so actual time would be approximately 10:58 a.m.
Correct, sir.
Okay. So what do we see here in the video at the 11:21 timestamp?
Yeah, so that's a friend of the defendant who activated the security gate to open it, and the defendant pulled in and parked.
Okay, and again, this is the parking lot at 1111 Belleville in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Tell me if you see anybody you recognize.
I recognize the defendant.
Okay, this person right here?
Yep. Yes.
And your friend you identified as this individual?
That's correct.
And is James Crumbley depicted in this video as well?
Yes, that's James there.
Right here in the magnified portion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to play you 4:16. Before we start again, the timestamp is 16:10. First of all, what is $1,600?
That's 4 o'clock in military time.
Okay.
4 p.m.
And this would be, so shortly before 4 o'clock actual time on Friday the 3rd?
Yeah, 3:48, I think, or something like that.
So this is about 4 hours after the charges were officially announced? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. And about a day or so after the fugitive apprehension team began looking for them?
Yes.
Your Honor,
When charges?
Your Honor, I would object because this witness is saying no on the fugitive apprehension team. They came to my office on Friday.
Hold on,
And so
hold on.
Wait. Okay.
He wouldn't have personal knowledge of the fugitive apprehension team, and he's saying the wrong date.
Judge,
Okay, well-
counsel can't insert that.
Well, you testified. I want to know from his personal knowledge. One thing I think that would be helpful is, I don't think, would anything refresh your recollection about when the swear-to was?
The swear-to for, we mentioned two, Your Honor. So you talking about the swear-to for the defendant?
Yes.
The swear-to for the defendant was the December 3rd.
December 3rd.
December 3rd.
Okay.
Right.
So when did you contact the fugitive apprehension team?
December 2nd evening or late afternoon, evening time to get an idea where the defendants were, because we believe charges would be forthcoming.
But he said they came on the 3rd.
You mean Hendricks?
Yeah, and Hendricks came to my office on the 4th.
No.
Okay.
Hendricks, Friday the 3rd is when Hendricks testified that he showed up there, he was conducting surveillance prior to noon.
Oh, he was there without me. Okay.
It's all on the record already.
Okay, yeah, you have to rely on the evidence from the witness stand, okay? And you have to rely on your collective memories and your notes, all right? Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you testified earlier that the swear-to that was broadcast was noon, Friday, December 3rd.
Yes.
Okay, and this video is around 4 p.m. Friday the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Luke Kirkley testified about looking at a poster online, and that's what spurred him to call 911. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And so when a BOL or be on the lookout is announced, is the license plate of a vehicle also given?
Yes.
Was the license plate on this vehicle in the front of the vehicle or the back of the vehicle?
It was affixed to the back.
Now, sir, Mr. Bobrowski already testified about the location data for Jennifer Crumbley on the day of the shooting, November the 30th, 2021. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and as officer in charge, you're aware of that information that he uncovered?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to confirm that Jennifer Crumbley never stopped by her home at 112 East after meeting Mr. Hopkins at the Oxford High School?
No, she went directly back to work.
Okay. Now, you've had the chance to review phone logs as well as other information from social media and information obtained from Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, do you have any experience getting someone same-day mental health help?
Yes, I do.
Are there facilities available for that?
Yes, there's a facility on this complex called Common Ground that's available for that.
In reviewing the phone logs of Jennifer Crumbley, was there any indication of any phone calls to a facility of that sort?
No.
In fact, any phone calls to any doctor's offices?
No.
Counselor offices?
No.
Any hospitals?
No.
Any mental health professionals at all?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing for you.
Cross.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant Willis, I want to go back to the pages from the shooter's journal that were admitted. You don't have any evidence to suggest that Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley ever saw the journal, correct?
I'm sorry, miss.
You do not have any evidence to show that Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley ever saw the journal.
I'm sorry. It's been a tough day. Okay. So you're asking me do I believe Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley?
I'm asking you.
Do I have evidence?
Do you have any evidence to believe that Mr. Crumbley or Mrs. Crumbley saw the journal?
No, if I had evidence of that, I imagine the charges would be different.
If you had evidence they saw the journal, the charges would be different?
Yeah, murder.
Okay.
I would imagine.
Okay, so the journal was located in the backpack that belonged to the shooter,
Yes,
correct?
Correct.
There were also a number of other papers in that backpack that you described.
Yes.
You don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley ever saw any of those papers, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the journal, you've testified about certain statements the shooter wrote in the journal, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, one of the statements that you testified about was where the shooter wrote, "I have access to the gun." Is that correct?
Yes.
In the journal, there are other statements where he indicates he is looking for the gun, correct?
Can you tell me which ones you're referencing?
Sure. So I'm going to hand you, Your Honor, may I please approach?
Sure, just show Mr. Kingsbridge.
Sure.
Yeah.
I have a copy of it too, if that helps.
Judge, just briefly, this was subject of a prior court ruling.
Yes. So
And-
I ask everybody to be really careful. All right?
Okay, so I was going to show 788, just this one line.
Okay, again, Judge, maybe we should have a minute outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, can we just approach and I can show you?
I have it, and I know.
Do you want to
exactly what it is.
clean? Do you want
No,
me
it's
to-
not that. We have to discuss the court's prior ruling.
Your Honor, I think, okay.
All right, I'm going to excuse you for 10 minutes, all right?
All right, for the jury.
You can stay and step down, however you're comfortable.
I'm fine here, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll be brief, Judge. The court is aware where I'm going.
I am well aware.
Yes. So the court ruled specific passages to be admissible under specific portions of the hearsay exception in response to defendant's request to exclude the entire journal. I don't want to speak for what counsel is doing, but if counsel is going to admit other portions that have already been ruled to be inadmissible, that's something that has to be discussed on the record, and I think that's something that has to be ratified, Judge.
Well, I am, of course, going to warn everybody about opening the door because this journal is obviously very, very disturbing. However, if when you put the black robe on, you can read people's minds. So I'm assuming that Ms. Smith is seeking to admit on page 788, I don't know where my dad hid it.
Yes.
And also on page 795, where he says, I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm. Isn't that what she's seeking to do? Are you
Yes.
seeking
That's
to
what it
do?
looks like.
That's correct.
Are you seeking to do anything beyond that? Be specific, because you
There's,
can't unring the bell, right?
that's correct. I'm seeking to do those two with the claim about access to the gun. And the detective also testified to a statement about, I'm going to get the gun. So I wanted to impeach him with, on 789, there is a statement that says, it's one line, however, I don't want to be caught as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible.
It's not impeachment because he's not the declarant.
Well, I'm hamstrung because these statements are coming in by a declarant that I'm not allowed to call as a witness. And under the
Okay,
same...
well, I want to back up a second. I never said that you could not call the shooter as a witness.
I was getting the vibe that would be the ruling of the court.
No, that'll never be the ruling of the court. I'm not telling you that you can't. I am not, as a judge in this court, telling you cannot call the shooter as a witness. However, we've been over this before. We're going to go over it again this afternoon. Pursuant to case law that everybody's aware of, including a case called Jackaloni, it's 399 Mich 642, a 1977 case. No one is allowed to put a witness in front of this jury who was going to take the fifth. No one. It's not me.
Well,
I'm not keeping you from calling someone as a witness, but his Fifth Amendment rights have been asserted repeatedly. And I can't let you put a witness on the stand, anyone, the prosecution too. I wouldn't let the prosecution put someone on the stand, knowing that that person was going to take the Fifth Amendment, take the Fifth. If someone takes the Fifth in front of the jury, it's over. It's a mistrial. I can't let you do that, right? And I also asked before, aside from what is your favorite color, I can't imagine something you could ask the shooter that would not implicate his Fifth Amendment rights. His current attorneys, the State Defender's Office, have asserted his rights. They've said he will not testify.
I understand that. I have said I would still like him to testify, so I just need a finding by the court that under case law he's not going to testify.
I'm not making a finding that he's not going to testify. His lawyers have asserted the Fifth. You're not allowed to put someone on the stand that will take the Fifth. And in reality, if they say he won't testify, I don't know what am I going to do? I'm going to insist that he testify and then hold him in contempt and put him in jail? Is that?
Well, Your Honor, I understand the court's position, but for the record in this case...
And by the way, I understand your position as well.
I've indicated...
I do.
For as far as our position, I've indicated I don't believe the shooter should be allowed to plead the Fifth because he was sentenced. He's made statements about the crimes. He pled guilty to all 24 counts in adult court. And so I don't believe...
So you think that's over? You think that's over?
Well, I think there is not case law that says he gets to continue his Fifth Amendment rights beyond that plea. I don't disagree with you.
His appellate rights?
He's going to pursue an appeal. I don't disagree.
All right, so what would make me think he does not still have Fifth Amendment rights?
There's case law directly on point.
I know, and some of those are indicated in the letter provided by the State Appellate Defender's Office, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I understand your position. I also understand, to a certain extent, I don't, even if he was called as a witness, you understand that then the prosecution would have a right to cross-examine him, right? So, I'm not keeping you from calling him. The law is keeping you from calling him. You are not permitted to put someone in front of this jury who is going to take the Fifth.
I understand.
Yes.
That's the ruling then. That the law doesn't allow me to. Is that correct?
By smarter, higher courts than this one.
If that's the ruling, is that the court is going to follow the law the court said.
I'm going to follow the law.
Then I've preserved the record and I'm moving on.
Okay.
So then these statements are coming in. They've come in as present sense impressions.
Okay.
And I'm not using them at all for the truth of the matter asserted because I don't know whether he found the gun or didn't find the gun or was looking for the gun. But this statement shows his state of mind, so I believe it falls under the exception, saying he doesn't want to be caught because it will make him getting the gun impossible. So his state of mind is not wanting to get caught. And that's important impeachment to the testimony from the detective that he said he was going to get the gun.
Okay, so are you addressing that statement or also there's the I don't know where my dad hit it and there's a statement I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm?
The two hiding ones are one issue, and then the second issue is I don't want to be caught.
All right, and
that's it.
Okay, do you have any legal support for that? Just present sense of pressure.
And just straight impeachment rules.
Again, impeachment doesn't apply here. Impeachment is if a witness he didn't make the statement. I mean, that's not in dispute. It's not impeachment.
I can impeach through other witnesses. I can impeach by omission. I believe under straight impeachment rules, I can use this. This is being admitted as substantive evidence. So I can impeach with something written on a napkin. Okay,
but I guess what he's saying, and this came up to with regard to the privilege records.
Correct.
Which we'll talk about again. Who are you impeaching though?
I'm impeaching the shooter's statements that have been deemed substantive evidence. And I'm not given the option to impeach through the shooter, so I'm seeking to impeach through the officer in charge.
Okay, so why wouldn't I allow those statements, Mr. Keith?
It's not permissible. It's not under, and council has not cited the rule for that. It's not permissible. And I just want to inquire of the court if council is permitted to do that. Am I allowed then to ask about other passages?
Well, that's what I'm concerned about.
I mean, there are
How
a number.
do they relate to this?
I mean, just in the first 2 pages alone, Judge, we have. As you see the picture of the gun on Instagram, we'll know what's up. We have.
Yeah, all of these things, all these things, with exception of the period of time that I was stayed by the Supreme Court, to me could have been addressed, so this sort of doesn't feel like the time to be doing this. But.
Earlier in the trial, when I found that the court wanted to know what objections were going to be made, I stood up and said, I know this is going to be an issue, and the court said, we'll handle it down the road in trial. I made the court aware of that. That was on Monday or Tuesday when there was some friction about another objection. I said, this is going to be coming, and the court said, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Okay, because I guess my position is that we should have crossed that bridge before we impaneled the jury. That's just,
Judge, we put the passages the court specifically ruled as admissible, nothing more.
Okay, but why would her request to allow those 3 passages because they're present sense impression?
Well, I don't necessarily agree there's present sense impression because there's certain requirements for present sense impression as well as state of mind. We can't be talking about a future plan. And there's Brady, his friend is gone, he has no friends. My wrist hurts from writing in this, fucking book so much. I haven't felt generally happy in years. I can feel the evil around me, even dogs sense it. I mean, that's just on page 5.
That doesn't impeach, though, anything that I'm using, and the prosecution didn't seek to admit those things. I also didn't...
We've only admitted what specifically would be covered under the rules that the court permitted us to over a year ago.
Yeah.
We're not trying to push the envelope here because, as the court is, we don't want to inject any kind of error, Judge. So we kept this extremely close to what the court has specifically authorized.
Well, which provisions specifically do you say are present sense impression? But I don't know that they are. I don't know that they are. Page 788. I don't know where my dad hit it.
I'm finding the provision right now.
It's just, my concern is more on opening the door.
Yeah, that seems to be the theme. Right?
I don't believe that what I'm asking is opening the door to all the texts coming in. I believe my impeachment is very limited. It's limited to 3 sentences.
Okay.
And then
Okay, you're operating under 803.
under 803, and let me just
803.3 is then existing mental, emotional, physical condition. Has to be then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition.
I think that's a then existing.
I have a headache. I feel sick. Right?
it also says such as intent, plan, motive, design, and so his plan to give puppy eyes or whatever, his plan to not give puppy eyes, I'm sorry, his plan to act in a way so he's not caught, I think does fit under the rules. Because it talks about intent, plan, motive, design, mental, feeling, pain, or bodily health.
Just here's the crux of the issue, is that for a year and a half, we had just those 5 or 6 portions admissible by the court. This trial was prepared from the prosecution standpoint with just those admissible because the court was very specific in its ruling. And so now, defense is using that ruling as a sword and a shield. And so if the court wants to make a substantive ruling mid-trial, I think I'm entitled to at least a minute to...
Your Honor, I'm the one that filed the motion that brought this issue up. I filed an appeal with the Court of Appeals.
I'm aware.
Okay. I got their exhibits after trial started, identifying these portions of the journal.
Okay.
That after trial started.
You've had this journal as have I.
Absolutely.
For a long time.
I have, and that's why I filed an extensive motion about it. But now that they're using bits and pieces in trial.
We used only that was identified on June 27, 2022.
It shouldn't preclude me from impeaching.
Okay, but that's what I'm going back to. Who are you impeaching? What rule allows you to impeach someone who's not testifying?
It's complicated because I can't impeach the person that I want to impeach through testimony. So you're right. I'm hamstrung. My client has a constitutional right to present a defense, though.
I'm aware of that.
And I'm getting hamstrung and stuck because of other extraneous legal issues. This is straight impeachment. So what I'm providing is not going to be admitted as substantive evidence. It's impeachment.
So she's being hamstrung by her own motions to exclude. Her own motions to exclude. We didn't move to exclude any of this evidence. Counsel did it after the preliminary examination. And this court was specific in its ruling.
Well, there should have been a motion to include as well as what they're saying.
There's no rule, there's no requirement for anybody, any party to have a motion to include, especially when counsel specifically identified this piece of evidence as being inadmissible. The court made the rule.
Well, I guess I'm saying if you were in fear at all that this court would rule incorrectly, you would still have an opportunity to appeal that ruling.
And we didn't appeal the ruling. We didn't.
Your Honor, I would have filed a motion if there was substantive information additionally that I wanted to admit. I've never filed a motion to have the ability to impeach. I'm asking to impeach. No one files motions to say, may I impeach this?
Because this is the third time during the trial.
There's motions in limine with regard. This journal is very disturbing, and every time any of us have read it, we've been up all night, right? So this has been a glaring thing in this trial. This isn't a middle of the trial type of game plan here.
Right. Just so the record is clear, because I know the court's aware. We went through the Facebook messages detailing alcohol use. We talked yesterday in depth about the extramarital affairs that were previously excluded, and now the journal. This is the third time mid-trial. We just need the ground rules. The court gave us those ground rules a long time ago. We prepared a case in accordance with that. So if the door's open, the door's open.
Okay, well, that concerns me too. I'm going to take a brief recess.
Thank you, Judge.
So you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can't discuss your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll be back.
All right.
I really some question.
You may be seated.
Right.
Thanks.
All right.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 2279990, F8.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mark. Keep some bad people.
Karen Donovan here.
And Shannon Smith, Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, so I'm going to have some, a couple questions for you. This is certainly one of the kind of things that you want to spend some time on. Initially, I want to point out that you have said you want a statement. However, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. That's what you said you want. Okay, here's the problem with that. It might be a future plan, but this isn't a future plan not to get caught planning to shoot up the school. This is a future plan with regard to Jeffrey, right? Which is discussed extensively prior to this, right? Jeffrey, Jeffrey would be the bird and the bird head.
Oh.
Right? So.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So there's.
That would open the door. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So.
And of course that is.
I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. He's talking about getting caught with the bird head in a jar and the terrible things he did to baby birds. So I'm pretty sure that you do not want that to come in.
Right, I don't want the baby birds to come in. Okay. I thought when he said I don't want to be caught, it was being caught like having mental problems, being caught with the bird, being caught with any of the stuff he's been doing.
Okay, well,
I didn't take it to be the bird, but I see what the court's saying. And you're right. If that opens the door to the bird, then I don't want to open the door to the bird.
There's an extensive discussion prior to that with a picture and about him dumping the bird's head in a bathroom. And I hope people will talk about it for the rest of the day because I want the attention. However, I do not want to be caught, as that will make me getting the 9mm impossible. He's not talking about getting caught with the plan to shoot up the school. He's talking about getting caught with putting the bird head in the bathroom and hurting the birds. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that you do not want that statement.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I know I'm going to regret this. I'm going to let you respond to this, but I also wonder, you say you want his statements. I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm, and I don't know where my dad hid it. It's hard for me to understand what that impeaches because we just saw a video where Mr. Crumbley is telling Mrs. Crumbley, she asks him specifically, where was the gun? And he says, I put it in the dresser, right?
That's the other gun. That's the other two guns.
Okay, but there's also statements to the police about where, isn't there a statement on the video to one of the police officers?
Yes, sir.
About where it was? Was that the armware one?
Yeah, where she hid the bullets, yeah.
No, she hid the bullets in the drawer with her jeans.
Okay, well, isn't there other statements in this trial about where the SIG was?
Yes, Judge. And it's lots of different statements. That's part of the case.
It says it was hidden.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, the bird, Jeffrey's staying out of this.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I misread that. I did not.
Okay. Well, it's hard to read, So anyway, what else do you want to say about this?
Judge, this is the people's issue here, is that well over a year ago, this issue, as well as a number of other issues that have been addressed the last few days, have been settled. That was June 27th of 22. It was appealed. The application to the Court of Appeals was filed on July the 18th of 2022. This is a pattern now. It appears to be part of counsel's strategy. That's fine. But the people should be entitled to now prepare accordingly. So counsel has promised the jury that Jennifer Crumbley is going to testify. That's significant because that entire Facebook thread has come in. That's over 2,000 pages. I know from my memory there are a number of messages that will be very important in cross-examination. But because it's been sprung up mid-trial at the request for an unredacted copy of that, I want time to go through that before the defendant takes the stand so I can have every passage ready.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. You want to go through what?
The Facebook thread between Jennifer and James Crumbley.
Okay.
Your Honor, the prosecution moved to admit the whole thing. I have no objection. I'm ready to go with it.
Okay.
They moved to admit the whole thing in front of the jury. Now he's saying he's not ready for it.
Wait a minute. Am I missing something? I'm talking about the journal. right now.
Yes, this is the pattern, Judge, the pattern of strategy. And again, counsel's entitled to her own strategy.
Right.
However, we are entitled to prepare our witnesses accordingly, including the cross-examination of the defense witnesses. We responded to the defendant's motions with the journal in particular with a select number of passages that firmly fit within the instructions provided by this court.
And that was in response to her motion to eliminate.
Yes, Judge, and it's the court's order, not the defendant's order. So we're following the court's order when we prepare for trial. Again, if counsel wants to reverse course mid-trial as part of her strategy, that's her decision. But we need to have the time to prepare. So I'm asking for the court to give us the time to go through that Facebook thread, as the court gave defense counsel time to go through statements of her own client's statements before Mr. Meloche testified.
Okay, you guys have gone off into Never Never Land here. I want to address the journal and then finish the lieutenant's testimony. I also want to make the sealed record during the time period that the jury is eating lunch. So at this moment, I'm going to indicate that I am very concerned about the journal. The journal is extremely disturbing in many, many, many ways. And I do not want to risk the door being open. But more importantly, these statements, I have to find where my dad hid the 9mm and where, I don't know where my dad hid it. I don't know that it impeaches anything in this case, because there's already been plenty of evidence that he found it, right? There's evidence, the shooter found the gun, right? And there have been statements made by both the defendant and her husband to police in text, whatever it is, indicating that the gun was hidden in some way, obviously very poorly. But the gun was hidden in some way. The gun, as far as we know, was not sitting on the kitchen table. So I don't think this impeaches anything. I don't think it's contradictory. More importantly, I don't think under any circumstances any more of this journal should come in. And in the event that it was going to come in, I think that it should have been handled prior to the jury trial. I am trying to very much protect any potential appellate record, and I do not want to delve into this journal. I think that we do nothing more than hurt Mrs. Crumbley severely. It's highly prejudicial. So that's my ruling about the journal. If you have other issues you'd like to bring up, I'd appreciate if you did that when the jury's at lunch after we get the sealed record. Okay?
That's fine. If we can finish.
Okay. Let's finish him. Okay. Okay, their lunch arrived, so they are eating it. Okay. Lieutenant, I'm going to indicate that you should not discuss your testimony with anyone because you're in the middle of your testimony.
Yes,
all right. So you can step down.
Okay.
I'm going to have. When did they start doing 2 minutes ago. So. I'm going to indicate that they should be prepared to come back and hear testimony at 12:30. All right. In the meantime, you can step down.
Yes, I'm sorry, Judge.
As I indicated to both of the attorneys as well, I think I sent had my assistant send an email. Okay. Yeah. I think my assistant sent an early morning email to you about making the sealed record pursuant to Michigan Parole 8.119. Correct?
Yes.
It'll be brief. It'll be brief.
Yes.
All right. So because of that, I'm going to exclude everyone but the parties. We're going to do that briefly. Then I'm going to allow Ms. Crumbley to go downstairs and eat her lunch, and we're going to break until 12:30.
Just before we go off the record, I just wanted to complete the record that we were speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
So we've gone through this. I don't want to belabor the point. The issue that the people have is that it appears that counsel is trying to usurp the court's order without notice to the people, and that makes it impossible.
Okay, start over with this issue, because I was talking about the journal, and then you started telling me to start over. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. The journal appears to be a pattern of strategy, which is without notice, mid-witness, shifting from what the court has already ordered to what counsel chooses to be convenient. And again, if that's trial strategy, that's trial strategy. But we have the court's order, not the defendant's order. And I don't believe it is appropriate for any party to usurp a court's order. And I also don't think it's appropriate that the people will have to respond off the cuff. I want to make sure that our witnesses are prepared.
Okay.
I want to make sure the materials necessary for cross-examination are prepared as well.
Okay, so the issue right now is the numerous Facebook communications between Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley. That's the issue that came in.
And Your Honor,
That's the piece of evidence.
Okay.
Within that piece of evidence, there are a number of issues to explore.
Okay.
Within that piece of evidence, it includes items that defense counsel had previously sought to exclude, and this court did in fact exclude. So that was the discussion that we had when Mrs. Crumbley was placed on the record, and she said under oath that it was her decision upon consultation with her attorney, knowing that we could cross-examine. I just want to make sure that people are given the opportunity to review all of those 2,000 messages or 2,000 pages of messages appropriately before that cross-examination begins.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that the prosecution moved to admit the entire thing in front of the jury. So I believe if I objected, it would look like Mrs. Crumbley is hiding materials, and we've taken the trial strategy actually based on their trial strategy, bring it all in.
Okay.
And so when Mr. Keese...
It was a redacted copy.
Okay, I don't understand why we're taking a trip down memory lane. The whole thing came in already.
Right, it came in, but I'm saying he asked for it. That was days ago, and I'll tell you what.
And then you agreed to it.
I did, and since that time, I've read the whole thing and I'm ready to go with it. Okay. What he's saying is that he's not ready to go with it, even though he moved to admit it, and even though it was days ago that he moved to admit it.
Just to correct the record, we moved for a redacted copy and for counsel to specify exactly what portion redacted in accordance with your order,
and
Judge.
the next day I got back to them, which was days ago, and I said...
Your voice down because the walls are paper thin and the jury can hear you.
I got back to them the day after and I said, we're not asking for any redactions. They said, fine. We made a record with Mrs. Crumbley, no redactions.
Okay, when is this going to come up anyway? How far are we going to get after Lieutenant Willis?
I guess it depends on how often this comes up. And this is why I bring it to the court's attention that...
This will come up when Mrs. Crumbley testifies, if she does. Right?
Certainly.
Okay, is that the only time?
Well, I brought up the pattern to the court's attention because it does appear to be a pattern. The only reason I bring it to the court's attention now and our objection to that is because it appears to be a continual theme. So I want to bring it to the court's attention now, and I want a record made of it. That's why I bring it up now.
Okay, well, you can't admit something and then unadmit something. There's no court rule that says you can do that, right? Okay.
No, it's the redacted portions. It's the portions within that would have been inadmissible prior to...
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we said we still...
We're letting it all hang out.
We're letting it all hang out.
Okay.
And I don't want any redactions because I think it makes it... Mr. Keese has made it look like if we put redactions in there, we're hiding stuff.
I don't even know why we're talking about this.
We shouldn't
The whole
be.
record came in. It is in evidence. It is fair game. Okay? All right. That's what we're doing.
With respect to the sealed record, I just like to rely on my written pleadings.
Okay. Well, you probably are, but I'm going to make a record of those because there are privileged conversations between the shooter and a therapist in those pleadings, and I'm going to make a record about that is sealed because I am. So, all right. So, yeah, I'm throwing everybody out. So.
Recording stopped.
But this will be on the record.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
This is just...
All right.
Your Honor, calling people for Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990F8.
Here, McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keese on behalf of people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good afternoon. We had a hearing that was conducted under seal, pursuant to 8.119, and the court ruled that there is an absolute privilege that belongs to the shooter. Therefore, none of the seconds to be implemented in this matter. All right, are you ready for the hearing?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
All right for the jury?
Good afternoon, you may be seated. Who is the next one discussed to it?
I believe Lieutenant Willis is still on the cross-examination.
That's true, that might be why he's sitting here. Lieutenant, you are still under oath, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Hi there. You were testifying that on December 1st, I believe you said you got an arrest warrant for Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, for Mrs. Crumbley, for the shooter.
Correct.
And on that date, he was on Zoom for a court hearing.
Yes.
And during that court hearing, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley participated on Zoom from their vehicles. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it appeared they were in their vehicle, but they're on Zoom.
Now, on Friday, you went to the court and did what you call a swear-to in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's when you went in and you told a magistrate or judge the facts that you swore to in order to secure an arrest warrant for Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that date, you never told and I'm asking if you ever told Mrs. Crumbley, you personally did not tell Mrs. Crumbley you need to be here at the court, correct?
I did not.
And when you were at the court, were prosecutors present?
For the swear-to, are we talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing me there, correct?
No.
You recall seeing lots of media there, is that right?
Yeah, there was lots of people there, but yeah. Yes.
Was it media or people?
Both.
Okay, so lots of media and people.
Yeah, I didn't know everyone's credentials, but there was people, I don't know who was intermixed in the group.
And on that date, you secured the warrant. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the next thing that happened was the prosecutor had a press conference and announced it, correct?
Objections to relevance, Judge?
Well, it was on the media in the public
We can
domain.
stipulate that it was him.
Yeah.
I think that's easy.
Okay, yeah, you can answer that. If you know.
Can you say it again, please?
Yeah, the next thing was the prosecution announced at a press conference that there was a warrant for Crumbley's arrest.
I don't know that.
After the arrest warrant was secured, you're aware that a search was started from fugitive apprehension teams, U.S. Marshals, Border Patrol, to find the Crumbleys.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware that there was any kind of search?
No, that's not true. I was aware that there was a search that I directed our fugitive unit to conduct.
Okay, so you were aware that there was an outstanding warrant for Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
And you were aware that there were going to be efforts to locate Mrs. Crumbley because of the warrant.
Yes. If I recall the swear-to, the judge said the defendant had, or her husband, but the defendant had to turn herself in by 4 p.m. That day.
Okay, and defendants can do a variety of things. I believe we've already established this in trial. They can drive around in their car with an outstanding warrant and end up getting a ticket and taken into custody, correct?
That can happen?
They can go to the police station and turn themselves into police, correct?
Yes, that can happen.
They can have a lawyer make arrangements, set up a time and go to the court to turn themselves in.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways that a person can come into custody, correct?
Yes, there's several ways.
I have no further questions.
Just briefly. That hotel in Auburn Hills where James and Jennifer Crumbley stayed, how close is that to the Auburn Hills Police Department?
It's, I don't know exactly, but it's like right across the street. It's very close.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you can step down and you're excused. Who's next?
Maybe we have moments, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. The people are going to rest, but before we do, I just want to make sure the court's exhibit list reflects the same as the people's as far as admission of evidence.
Okay. You're following along too, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I have my offices.
So I'll go page by page, might be easier. Every exhibit on page 1, that's 1 through 30. Every exhibit on page 2, 31 through 59. Exhibits 60 through 76. And then 78 through 94. That's on page 3. All exhibits on page 4, that's 95 through 122.
112 is in the middle, correct?
I have 112 as admitted, yes, Judge.
Okay.
All exhibits 123 through 148. Exhibits 149 through 160. Exhibit 162. Exhibits 164 through 169. Exhibits 171 through 179. Exhibits 183 through 186. Exhibits 188 and 189.
I'm sorry, 181? No.
No, 183 through 186. And then 188 and 189. Exhibits 191 through 205.
You have 187 not admitted.
Correct. So we have 188 and 189, two that are admitted. And then 191 through 205 are all admitted. Exhibits 210 through 213. Exhibits 215 through 223.
206, 207, 208, 209.
Not admitted. I'm only identifying. Not 215? Oh, thank you. Not 215. Thank you. 215 was not admitted. Okay. Exhibits 216 through 223 are admitted. Exhibits 231 through 239 are admitted. Exhibits 242 through 247 are admitted. 248 is admitted as well. Thankfully, we have this now here. 247 was not admitted. That's right. Thank you. 248, yeah. 248 was admitted. 253 to 256 were all admitted. 278 to 284 were also. 268 and 269 were admitted. Thank you. 272 was admitted. And then 278 to 284. This is what we do this. 285 through 291 were all admitted. 296 and 297.
285?
285 through 291. And 293 was admitted. 296 and 297 were admitted. Exhibits 300 through 309 were all admitted. Exhibits 316 and 317 were admitted. Exhibit 340 through 345 were all admitted. Exhibit 347 through 357 were all admitted, as were all exhibits through 388 on the next page. Exhibits 389 through 405 were admitted. Exhibits 408 and 409 were admitted. Exhibit 411 was admitted. 413 through 423 were admitted. Exhibit 426 was admitted. And then we identified 2 items of demonstrative aids.
424 not admitted, correct?
Correct. Okay. 135, Judge, can we go back to that page, please? That was not it. I just want to confirm that I said that correctly. 135. That was not admitted.
Not admitted.
Thank you. And Judge, the 2 demonstrative exhibits that were just identified for the record, 427 and 421. That reflect the pencils as well? Okay.
Do you have anything different from that, Ms. Smith?
I have no objections.
The people are asking.
All right, so,
Your Honor, I believe at this point the court needs to excuse the jury for a moment, unless the court would like me to make a motion later.
Okay, I can do that.
Or if you want to do testimony, we can do that motion later, whatever you want.
Okay. If we can wait, we'll wait.
Yes. Okay, that sounds good.
All right.
Okay, so Your Honor, the defense calls Jennifer Crumbley to the stand.
All right. Well, I might excuse the jury for.
Oh.
I'm going to excuse you for a minute, okay?
All right, the jury.
Like 5. All right, you may be seated. You could make that motion now if you wanted to. I guess I would indicate I think it's a policy of the Sheriff's Department to have someone stand close to the defendant. Is that correct? Yeah. So I guess I would like that to occur outside of the site of hearings. Right.
You mean like here?
I think that they're going to require that a deputy stand here. So rather than make that obvious, I would invite a jury to have her have a seat and have the deputy standing behind her prior to the jury being brought in.
Okay, should she go? Can she go up there now?
Sure, unless you want to bring the motion.
Go up there and I'll just make a record about her testifying, and we'll do the motion later. Is that okay? Okay, go have a seat up there, and the deputy's going to be behind you. You're just going to start in the box, okay?
Could you raise your, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the damage is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can be seated. Ms. Smith, would you like to question her?
I would. For the record, can you start by stating your name, please?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and see what it is.
Hi. Can you start by stating your name?
It's Jennifer Crumbley.
And Mrs. Crumbley, you and I have been working together since December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that over these last 26 months, we've discussed whether or not you intended to testify a number of times?
We have.
Do you want to testify in your case?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you did not testify, this judge, this court, would give the jury instructions that it cannot be held against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that after I question you, the prosecution is going to be able to cross-examine you?
Yes.
And do you understand they're going to be able to cross-examine you about all of the evidence that's been admitted in the case, including all of your text messages or your Facebook messages to your husband, all of those messages with Mr. Maloche, all the evidence in the case,
Yes,
correct?
I do.
They get full reign on cross-examination. We've gone over that, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have any questions for myself or for Judge Matthews about testifying?
No, I don't.
Are you doing this because anyone has threatened you or coerced you into testifying?
No.
Is this your choice?
Yes.
Is it voluntary, freely made by you?
Yes.
Is there anything you think the court should know about this decision?
No.
Do you have any questions for me, Mrs. Crumbley?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
Should we address counsel's motion while the jury's out?
Well, I guess she mentioned that maybe we can do it later. We can reserve it.
Okay.
I'll reserve it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. So, are you ready for the jury?
I am.
If you need to take a break for any reason, let me know.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge, we still have to inquire if counsel has any other defense witnesses after Mrs. Crumbley.
I'm not sure. It depends on childcare.
So who would that person be?
I'm not sure. They have never told me who they were calling. I'm not sure.
I thought they told you the night before.
Yeah, I'll tell them tonight. I've been in court with Mrs. Crumbley all day, so I don't know who I'm calling next.
I guess it's going to be hard to believe that we're going to get past her. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Do you think we will?
I don't know. It depends how long the process is. I believe I'll get through her.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Ms. Smith, you become the client, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Crumbley, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about today as the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Would you state the name for the record and spell your first and last?
It's Jennifer Crumbley, JENNIFER, CRUMBLEY.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
You know, Your Honor, I'm going to pull the podium up just so I can see a little bit better.
Okay, sure.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what that was.
I think it might have been the microphone.
Is that your microphone? Yeah, move it, or? It seems like it became detached.
All right, good afternoon. I just need to get, is there any way we could put the screen on?
Sure. Right. Usually that one goes on next, so.
I'm going to leave this unplugged for a moment so that when I need an exhibit, I'll just plug it in.
Okay.
Because I don't have those fancy, like, in-between slides.
Yeah, this one goes on and the next, but
Well,
they don't all go on simultaneously.
they don't. Okay. Let's see if that goes.
Yes, I feel like I'm the only one who can see all three. This one is not on. Oh, there. All three of them are on.
Let's see what happens when I just go like. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it out each time. So I I apologize, in between exhibits. So with that, I'm going to pull it out. Okay. All right, Mrs. Crumbley, can you please start by identifying yourself? Tell the jury who you are.
My name is Jennifer Crumbley, and I'm the defendant in this case.
And how old are you?
I'm 45.
Mrs. Crumbley, the jury has heard so much testimony. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go a little bit faster through things, and if there's something we need to explain, or if I'm cutting you off, let me know.
Okay.
Okay? And you understand that as I speak, you have to wait for me to finish speaking?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, very briefly, go ahead and tell the jury what you did for a living.
I was a marketing director at a real estate acquisition company.
And how long did you hold that position?
5 years.
Now, does that kind of position include any kind of presentations or public speaking, anything like that?
Not a lot.
Okay. And how do you feel right now about talking to this jury?
Public speaking is probably my biggest fear, so very nervous.
Okay. And at times, you have been upset during this trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you okay to keep proceeding?
Yes.
I want you to tell this jury just a little bit about your personality, and I think we've seen some of it on the videos. Is that fair to say?
You have.
Okay, let's talk about when you have a really stressful situation. What is let's say an animal dies in your family or a person dies in your family. How do you handle something like that, news like that?
I go into a go planning mode. I internalize things, and my reaction is to take care of other things that may have to be taken care of, like financials or things that keep the house running. I tend to hold things in, and I let it out when I'm alone. So having a lot of emotions for me is difficult.
Now, in this case, aside from this case, is that true in other situations of your life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury an example?
Yeah, my husband had a hard time holding down a job after his mother passed away. So when he would lose a job, I would actually be the one finding the ones for him and sending them from Indeed or Monster and taking plans of how we're going to put certain things on payments. I take control of things. That's just what I do.
Okay. And you, I want to talk to you. You mentioned your husband. When did you and James Crumbley meet?
In October of 2004.
And how long have you been together then?
It will be 18 years this September.
And are you still together and married at this time?
We are.
Have you spoken to him recently?
No.
How long has it been since you've spoken to him?
A little over 2 years.
So since the day of the shooting?
Correct.
Or not shooting, the day you were arrested?
Correct.
You have a son?
Yes.
The jury's heard a lot about your son. Okay. I want to talk about your son prior to November 30th, okay?
Okay.
Tell the jury how old he was at that time.
He was 15 years old.
And give the jury an idea about what kinds of things he was into, what his hobbies included.
Oh, he was really into bowling. He was actually really good at it. He was into metal detecting. What do you mean by metal detecting? We have a metal detector, so we would go to the beach, or we went to Florida out by the ocean or the neighbor's yard. They weren't there anymore, so you go in the neighbor's yard and see if you can find old coins or cans or whatever he would find. But he really liked that. He was into his BB guns and target practice. We had a half-acre of land in the village of Oxford that went straight back. So in the backyard, we set up little targets that we got from Amazon that you can just kind of shoot down, like little whatever. He was into his video games. He did soccer from age 3 until 9th grade. He had a lot of different interests. Coin collecting.
Do you have some interests?
I do.
Okay, we've heard about horses.
I like horses. I also snow ski. I'm a big reader, and I worked a lot, so I didn't have a lot of time to do the reading. But
okay, now when you say snow skiing, did you ever back up. Were there any activities that you and Ethan enjoyed doing together?
Yes. I joined the ski patrol because the family can ski free, also to help people out. So I got him into skiing at the age of 7, and he would come out with me on my patrol shifts and come skiing with me. So we were in that together.
What about horses? Did he ever go out to the barn with you?
He did, but he didn't really like horses. The one horse I had was kind of aggressive, so it intimidated him, and it kind of turned him off from going to the barn. It's kind of boring if you're not the person with the horse. There's a lot of standing around and a lot of nothing.
Okay. So would you spend time together with him at home?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the jury what kinds of things you guys did together or as a family.
We did a lot of board games. We also had the virtual reality set for the PS4, so we did a lot of the Beat Saber. You can probably do that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's like you're holding lightsabers and it has music, and you have to like hit the beats, but it's all in 3D. So it's a virtual reality headset.
Okay, so you would do that with him?
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
We had a pool. We liked swimming together. I mean, really just normal stuff. Okay,
did you do holiday things?
We did.
Give us some examples.
So every year around Thanksgiving, I always cook Thanksgiving dinner. The day after, we would go cut our Christmas tree down. And then we would decorate that weekend. We'd watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Halloween, we grew our own pumpkins. So we always carved our own pumpkins and had a whole bunch put around the house. Easter, it's normal family stuff.
Did you have an interest in like home improvement kind of stuff?
Yeah, our house was an auction house. So basically it was wrapped in blue tarp when we bought it at auction. So we've been trying to improve the house since 2015. So we new roof, exterior, and then I've been working on exterior and interior ever since.
Were there things that your son was interested in outside of video games? Was there anything academic that he was interested in?
He really liked history. He was a big history buff. We can play Trivial Pursuit, and he would get me in history every single time. But that was probably his only favorite subject. The rest he could do without.
How did he do in school?
He did good if he applied himself. His problem was he didn't try as hard as I think he could, so he had up and down grades. I would say he's about average.
Okay, and when you say about average, was that something that you talked to him about? Was that something you monitored? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, you heard about the Power School app during this trial, so I had it on my phone, and I was on it multiple times a day. And his grades would fluctuate based on what assignments the teachers turned in on the Power School app. Our biggest struggle with him were missing assignments. That was the one thing we battled all the time.
Why was that a hot button issue for you?
Because there's no reason why he should have missing assignments. He had a homeroom class and get assignments done in.
Okay. There were, you talked about your job. What were the average hours you worked a week?
I usually I got to the office between 7 and 8 in the morning and leave anywhere between 4 and 6.
And we've heard lots of evidence already. It was family friendly. Yeah. Were you able to go and leave and go as you needed to?
Pretty much, yep.
Did you care about your job?
I did a lot.
Okay. Explain, did you have any changes in positions over the year or year and a half, 2 years before this?
I did. When I first started with the company, I was hired in as a social media coordinator. I stayed in that role until about 2020. I got promoted to director of marketing. And I held the position until I was terminated.
Okay. And you were, did you work during COVID?
I did. I worked remotely for about 6 months during COVID. Then I went back to the office in, I believe it was August of 2020.
Did you enjoy work?
I did. It was fun. It was, marketing's, it's exciting, and I like doing graphic design. I did. I really liked my job.
Now, the jury already heard about Brian. Brian testified.
Correct.
Tell the jury about Brian.
Well, I've known him since high school. We've been friends since then. He's part of the horse community. He has horses. And as you heard yesterday, we did have an extramarital affair. It's probably the extent of our... But we were good friends too.
how often in terms of the affair, how often would you spend time together with Brian during 2021?
Maybe an average of once a week.
Okay. How long did the affair last over?
About 6 months.
Do you feel like that affair caused you to neglect Ethan or not spend time with him? I'm sorry, your son, in any way?
No.
Explain why you don't feel that's the case.
Because when I met with Brian, it was in the mornings. On his way home from the station, he would pass my work. And so the time I was coming to work, we would meet at the Costco parking lot, and that was it. He'd go out about his day, I'd go about mine.
And is it fair to say that you lied to keep that affair going?
Yes, I did.
And I apologize if I asked this, I just am not writing notes. Did you say the date range that started?
It was around spring of 2021.
Okay. And as far as you knew, did you ever talk to your son about that?
No.
And did you ever talk to your husband about it?
No.
If anything, you lied to him about what you were doing, or lied by omission, not telling him.
No, yeah. As far as I knew, I was going to work in the morning. That was. Yeah.
Okay. Outside of those morning times, how many other times would you say you and Brian got together?
It was 2 or 3. I went on some business trips where I would stay overnight, and he would meet me. He would meet me at the hotel.
So that happened 2 or 3 times?
2 or 3 times.
Were there other business trips you took where he did not meet you?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
When Christy Gibson Marshall testified, do you remember who she was?
I do.
Who was she?
She was the assistant vice principal. Okay.
And she commented she knew Ethan in elementary, or she knew your son in elementary school, correct?
Correct.
And she said she testified obviously already about recognizing him. Did that surprise you?
No.
She also mentioned something about emails with you. Do you recall having email exchanges with her?
There is one regarding his report card, getting additional help in math.
Was there any time at that point or into high school that you ever had to email with teachers about discipline issues?
Not discipline, no.
How often would you email about missing assignments or grade type issues?
That was a regular thing.
Okay, and you said you monitored power schools every day. Approximately how many times a month would you say you went to the teachers, or was it weekly? I don't know.
It would be, I wouldn't say it was on a regular basis, but when it happened, it was a series of messages. He'd be struggling in geometry, and so me and the teacher would message back and forth quite a bit, and then he'd start getting better and it was die off. So it was sporadic, but it was a lot when it happened.
Now, we saw pictures of your house. Yes. How did you feel about seeing those pictures?
Horrible.
Okay, why is that?
Because my son has a very messy room, and it was right after Thanksgiving, and we hosted Thanksgiving, and it was pretty messy. It was kind of embarrassing.
Okay.
Really embarrassing.
Explain the 2-bedroom thing, or what was going on with that?
My son, he had 1 bedroom, and it got out of control. And every time I go to clean it, I just shut the door. I just didn't want to deal with it. So then I told him he could just use the guest bedroom until I could get his room deep cleaned. The day before Thanksgiving, I was deep cleaning because we have people over every Thanksgiving, and my intention was to clean both rooms, but I caught my oven on fire in the self-clean mode. So instead, I had the fire department out and everything. So instead of getting his rooms clean, I was scraping out the black charcoal stuff inside your oven so I could cook dinner the next day. But yeah, he was in a second bedroom because I didn't want to clean his room anymore. It was enough.
Did you have any plans to do anything with all that stuff?
Yeah, we're going through a lot of stuff because he outgrew a lot of the clothes and the shoes. There's a lot of toy-like things that he doesn't use anymore, so we were just going to pack it up and donate it.
Okay, and when were you planning to do that?
Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, before he got new stuff.
Now, we saw a video, I guess I want to talk to you about, there's one friend in particular your son spent a lot of time with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're not going to say his name, but let's just refer to him as the friend.
Okay.
Okay? Overall, was that your son's only friend?
That was his only friend that came over. He did have friends that he talked to during school, but that was the only one that he spent time with outside of school.
And how often would you say he came over?
Oh, he used to walk home with them every day from school. The summertime, he'd go on camping trips with us. Sometimes he would spend more than a week with us. He called him my second son.
Okay, he was the second son. Did you know he was going to be moving away at any point?
Not that abruptly, no.
Okay, so when he moved away, is it fair to say it was a surprise to you and your son?
It was.
What kinds of things would the boys do together at your house?
Oh, they go down to the lake and go fishing. They would walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy. They go in the backyard, shoot the BBs. They go swimming in the pool. We took them bowling a lot. They played video games.
Now, when you had him over at the house, or I guess was it more common for him to be at your house or for your son to be at his friend's house?
My son has never been to his house.
Okay, why is that?
Because he had OCD, not my son, but his friend had OCD issues, and he didn't want other people in the house.
At your house, did that friend exhibit any issues?
No, not at all.
Okay, so were you surprised when he moved?
Yeah, very surprised.
We saw evidence that you had Life 360 on your phone, and it was on James's phone, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what Life 360 is, what the point of it is, why it's on the phone?
It's a family tracking app, so you know where people are at. My husband's mother-in-law got sick in the middle of April, and instead of me worrying about where he was while he was down in Florida with his mother and I was up here, we just installed the app on his phone, so I knew if he was at the hospital or if I knew he was at his dad's house. So just that way at the bottom, I'm always worried about him and places he goes, so it's just one thing that eased my mind a little bit.
Do you, is that something you frequently message your husband, where are you, where are you, where are you?
Mm-hmm, a lot.
Okay, so the jury's going to see the entire stack of exhibits. If they go through all of your messages, how often a week would you say you're on top of him about where he is?
Daily.
What about your son? Were you ever worried about where he was?
I mean, not during the day. He was at school. If he didn't get home from school the time he was supposed to, I'd worry about him.
Okay. And did you ever ask James about him in messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The prosecution introduced evidence that makes it sound like you and James only talk about these horses.
Actually, the form of the question makes it sound, and this is direct exam at cross, so these should be non-leading questions.
Okay. How often would you say you discuss your horses versus your son when you're messaging each other?
A lot more with the horses.
Why is that?
Because my horses, at least, were accident prone, and my husband didn't know a lot about horses. They were more my thing. With him working from home, a lot of times I'd have him go out and check on him, tell him what to do. He started getting into them. He had questions. I knew my son was at school. I knew where he was at during the day. I can talk to him after school. Horses can't talk, so if something's wrong, we've got to kind of figure it out. But yeah, we talked a lot about horses.
Is it fair to say that, did you have additional conversations with James about horses and or Ethan?
Yeah.
How often would you and James talk about or talk to Ethan?
Well, talk to him every day. Talk about him probably every day too.
Okay. Did Ethan have scheduling things you had to work out?
Yeah, he had bowling practices throughout the week, bowling matches, and he worked part-time at a diner. So we had to work out transportation and scheduling with that.
In terms of your relationship with your son, how did you think your relationship was?
I thought we were pretty close. We would talk. We did a lot of things together. I trusted him, and I felt like I had an open door and he can come to me about anything. I mean, I felt as a family, the three of us were really close.
Okay, you're getting a lot of, no, it's okay. You're getting a lot of redness here. Is that normal?
Yes, because I'm talking in front of people and my nerves act up. So I get splotchy and I might break out in hives, and I apologize.
Okay, but you are okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So with regard to your son, did you ever go through his text messages, go through his bedroom? What kind of a parent were you in terms of going through those things?
I did not go through his text messages. I didn't have a reason to. His bedroom, I would go through when I clean it. When I come across things, I look through it to see if there was something I needed to keep or throw away. But I never went through his text messages.
What about, you did say you went through his grades.
Correct.
Did you end up having discipline issues with him?
A couple of times we did, yes.
What kind of things would those be over?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay. Well, any other things that were discipline issues?
No.
At school or at home?
No.
Was there ever a time where you took away your son's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I just know he got really angry about it. But we took him away a couple of times. We've taken his video games away.
Why did you do that?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay, so same stuff.
Same stuff.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of the text messages, and you would agree the prosecution admitted some text messages about one of those times when you took away his phone.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get there, okay? I want to talk about mental health. Did you ever believe that your son needed mental health treatment, therapy, counseling, anything?
No, I mean, there was a couple of times where Ethan had expressed anxiety over taking tests, anxiety about what he was going to do after high school, whether it was college, military. So he expressed those concerns to me, but not to a level where I felt he needed to go see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional right away, no.
Did you ever deny him or say, no, I'm not going to take you to a mental health professional? Did he ever ask you?
No, I mean, one time when he was talking about what he wanted to do for his future, I don't know, he was feeling really down about it and stressed. My husband did call his school counselor to try to talk to him because I do a lot of future academic planning with the tech school.
Was that a mental health issue?
No, it was more or less addressing what was upsetting my son at that time.
Okay, and what was upsetting him?
The fact that he didn't know what he wanted to do. His grades weren't that great, so he was stressed out about getting into college. He was just having a hard time with his future goals.
Was there ever a time he was considering military?
He talked about it, yes.
Okay. Any other things that he talked about?
He wanted to go into video. He wanted to design video games. He wanted to own his own car shop, like not be the mechanic, but own the shop that mechanics worked at. But that was about it.
Okay. Were there other kinds of health treatments you did get for him? Like, did you take him to the doctor?
Yeah.
How often or for what?
When he got sick. If it was obviously, during COVID it was different because every little thing I freaked out about, so we'd take him to get a COVID test or take him to the doctors. But growing up, it would just be if he had a headache that persisted for longer than a week. But most things are nothing serious.
Did he have insurance? Did you have insurance coverage on your son?
My husband did.
Okay, always, or were there times where you didn't?
All the way up through October of 2021 when my husband lost his job. And I was going to add him on to my health insurance in November of 2021 at the end of the enrollment period. That was the only time that insurance lasts with him.
Was that one of the outstanding things going on the day that all of this unfolded?
It was.
Despite, in addition to physically going to the doctor, did you have access to some kind of virtual plan?
Yeah, through my company. It's called Allied Health Network. It's a virtual doctor's visit. And actually the prescriptions were free too. They didn't cost anything. So we use that. If we had strep throat, you can take a picture of the throat, send it to the doctor, and they can treat it from there.
Were there times that you called that did virtual visits regarding your son?
Yeah.
And were there times, did you ever go to an urgent care or anything like that?
Yep.
For what kinds of things?
Well, usually for sports physicals, but if he was younger and had a really high fever and his regular doctor couldn't get him in, we'd take him to urgent care. He's never had an injury or anything, so mainly just that.
Was there ever a time that he had an issue with a mole on his back?
Yeah, he had a mole in the middle of his back. And when I was putting sunscreen on him, I noticed it changed color. So I made an appointment for the doctor to take him in to take a look at that.
Now that was when he was much younger, correct?
He was about 7, I believe.
You mentioned something about headaches for a week. You took him to the doctor. Was there a time where he had a headache issue?
Yeah, he was getting really bad headaches that we couldn't figure out what it was.
When was that?
Started young, probably around 5 years old, and he kept complaining. The doctors didn't really see anything. We even got an x-ray of his head to see if there was any bumps.
I'm just going to check his irrelevance when he's 5 or 6 years old.
I was asking, I didn't know when it was. I was just asking if she got a medical.
But it's gone on through the years.
Okay, go ahead.
So then we found out that he needed glasses. So around 8 or 9, we got him glasses, and that didn't work. He got x-rays done for dental in middle school. We found out he had a severe underbite, which was causing tension in the back of his neck. So we got him braces in 8th grade, and once he had his braces, that seemed to fix the headaches.
Okay. Now, with the braces, was that an easy process?
No.
Why not?
Because he's horrible at brushing his teeth. He went use the water pick we got him. He wouldn't brush properly. He would constantly get cavities in his braces, so we ended up taking the wires out because one time he had 13 cavities under the braces. And prior to him getting braces, did he ever have cavities? Yeah, he had a few.
Okay, but did the braces, was it more after the braces?
Yeah, because he wasn't brushing properly around his braces, so he was getting him under, and we had to get the wires removed and take them to get those filled until we could get the wire put back on.
Okay, so it was like an off and on procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go through some exhibits for you that the defense has proposed as exhibits B through XX, and I'm going to ask, I wanted to add one more on as YY.
Judge, counsel's proposed a number of exhibits appear to be from Facebook, not from a Cellbrite extraction, but from Facebook. Some predate the incident by years. So as far as relevance, Judge, I don't mind any exhibits around the date of the offense or even the relevant time periods, spring of 2021. But prior to that, it doesn't appear to be relevant.
Your Honor, they had the specific pictures I was using since October. The specific pictures, isolated, not all the pictures, but specific pictures I was using. They never filed a motion to exclude any of those.
They don't have to, right? Okay, so we'll go exhibit by exhibit. I haven't seen any of the exhibits, so they obviously will be pretty different.
Okay, Your Honor, would you like me to bring you the hard copy, and then if the exhibit's okay, we can put it on the screen?
Yeah, I can submit it. We'll put it on the screen.
Okay, and I did them just.
They have copies of all of this. Right? Yeah, I haven't seen any of them, so.
And I've actually had them redacted and then sent the redacted version to cut out the faces of any minors.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to bring the court what's been marked as B through, this is YY if it's admitted, B through YY. May I approach?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Now, B is, I have a little bit of a problem because I was going to have my client hold those, so I don't put them on the screen. Because I don't know which ones, if any, the prosecution will stipulate to. So
I can give them to her.
Okay, so the first exhibit, proposed exhibit, is B. It's several pages. It shows thumbnails throughout the years so the jury can see the variety of things posted on. Because the prosecution introduced text messages.
How many pages is B?
I believe it's 14. They're just like thumbnails. I'm not going to go through each thumbnail either.
I'm just wondering, where does the second one start?
It's C, Exhibit C. Exhibit C would be the next exhibit. Okay, do you recognize what the court has just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is in Exhibit B? What does it appear to be?
These are pictures I've posted on Facebook.
Okay, and there's a lot of them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, are those are all the pictures you posted on Facebook? They're not from they're from the whole period, correct?
What's the period?
Well, when did those start and go through?
I would say mainly 2000.
There's not any dates on that copy. There's no dates on my copy.
I don't think there's any dates.
I can tell by the. Looks like from 2020 to 2021.
Now, do you post on Facebook a lot?
I do.
Like way too much?
I do.
Okay, so I am not going to go through every Facebook post you've made. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would this exhibit give the jury an idea of what you post about generally if they just took a look at the variety of pictures?
Yes.
I have to object to the relevance. Again, from the time period that's relevant, I have no objection to these coming in. But even the defendant doesn't know with specificity when these were taken.
She says they start in 2020.
She thinks.
No, I know.
And there's no dates on there. Yeah, you'll have your turn. There's no dates on there. And if it's from the spring of 21 onto the shooting event, that's fine.
Your Honor, the prosecution has made it sound like...
Look, you specifically asked that you guys not talk at the same time.
Sorry,
yeah.
I did.
All right, so
B appears to be a thumbnail version of pictures. The rest of the exhibits are pictures with dates next to them.
Okay.
And that might be the best way to go through which ones are from the right date and which ones aren't.
Okay, well, date-wise, this happened November 30th, 2021.
That's right.
And things have been put into evidence with regard to the defendant and the shooter as early as April of 2020. March. Okay, so.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I believe they've gone back longer in terms of some of the testimony that's come out.
Well, I guess I was going to say that. So I don't think that the pictures starting in 2020 are that remote. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's anything amongst those pictures that is particularly problematic. It's hard to look at them all, but the time frame in and of itself, I think, is appropriate.
Well, there are some, just so the court's aware, there's posts in 2017, 2019.
Wait.
Those are in the following ones where I did picture by picture. So those will go through after this exhibit.
This exhibit B
is 2020 and 2021.
Okay, so just with regard to the time frame itself, I think the time frame is close enough in time. So I'm going to overrule an objection with regard to the mission of those pictures just based on the time frame.
All right.
But there's a lot of little pictures, so I don't know if any.
No, that's fine. Then we can go exhibit by exhibit.
I'm sorry?
I said we can go exhibit by exhibit.
Okay. The pictures in 2020, the pictures in Defendant's Exhibit B are small, so the exhibit contains a lot of little pictures, so I haven't looked at those. I assume the prosecution has, so I don't know if any pictures are objectionable with regard to the individual pictures. So,
just it's the relevant dates was the objection.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, the jury is going to get these if they want to sit and look at all of them. Okay, I don't want to go through all of them. There ends up being pages and pages. What are all of these?
The ones that are on the screen right now is Christmas of 2020 with the 2 white dogs and us posing in front of the Christmas tree.
I'm just trying to get like an over idea of topics that are in the photos.
Animals, us going on vacations at the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Leelanau, camping, holidays, more camping, horses, garden, my home stuff, cooking, more camping pictures. We got a bathroom remodel, another Christmas picture.
Okay. And so these pictures give an idea of the variety of things you posted?
Yes.
Okay. So if your Facebook messages appear to have more discussion of horses, how would you characterize the amount of horses on Facebook compared to the rest of your life?
Over the last couple years, more. It was hard getting a picture of my son as he got older. He didn't like me taking pictures of him. But yeah, between 2020 up until end of 21, there was a lot of pictures of horses.
Okay, I'm going to unplug this and move to Exhibit C.
You want me to get this to her?
This goes back to 2019. I just put like 1 or 2 pictures from that year as Exhibit C. Well, C and D. And so if the court just wants to let me know what...
C. Okay, so C and D. We can identify those pictures.
Yes. What's in C? What's the date of it?
It is June 26, 2019.
Okay, and what is that? What is it a picture of?
It's a picture of my son holding his chinchilla.
Okay, and then what about picture? Let's see here, D.
Do you need the date?
Yeah, what's the date?
It's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's the picture of?
My son petting our horse.
Okay.
Judge, it's fine. I don't have any problem with either.
Okay, so you're admitted?
Yeah, the rest of them.
The rest of them?
All of them?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you. Okay, so,
Okay, then you would be talking about E through, I don't know if it's just pictures, there's some others. This goes to XX, so.
and I'm sorry, it should go to YY because I added on just one more. So may I approach Mrs. Crumbley just to give her YY?
Okay, do you want me to give Mr. Call to her?
Yes, and then we'll just go through each one.
Do you agree with all these exhibits, or this is it?
Yes, we just need the dates identified, that's all.
We'll put those on the record.
Well, I'm not going to hand them to her if I need to look at them first, so.
I think they're not objecting to any of them, are they?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, the jury's going to have access to these, so let's just go through them. We are going to identify the dates for the record, though, okay? So, going to exhibit, let's see here. This is C. What's the date on C?
That's June 26, 2019.
And what is that?
That's my son with his chinchilla.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go down to D. What's the date on that one?
That one's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's going on in there?
That's my son with our horse.
Okay, I'm going to go to E.
That's his first day of 8th grade. That's August 26, 2019.
Okay, and it's fair to say that I just picked out, these are not all your posts, right?
I don't want to keep rejecting, but the form of the question has to be appropriate. Fair to say, this is a direct example.
I'm asking a really stupid question, but I'll ask it in a better way. Am I showing every photo from your Facebook page?
No.
You post more, or how much? Do you post more photos than what we see?
A lot more.
Okay. We're not going to go through all of them, though. No. Okay. So this is the first day of what? I'm sorry, last day of...
It's the last day of middle school. It's his first day of 8th grade.
Okay. I'm going to go down to F. What's been admitted as F. What date is that on?
October 11th, 2019.
Okay, and what's happening in that photo?
He just got his braces put on.
Okay. And let's go down to the next one, which is G. What's the date on G?
October 13th, 2019.
What's happening in G?
We're apple picking.
Okay. So these are just posts of events or things you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this one is older. It looks like or maybe not older, but what's the date on this one? I'm sorry, I'm on H.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
November 7th, 2019.
Okay, and we see your son in this picture on the left, correct?
Correct.
What's going on in this picture?
He's on his, it's the 9th grade Washington, D.C. trip with the school.
Okay, I'm going to go down to I. What's the date on I?
May 23rd, 2020.
And what's happening in that picture?
Can you scroll up a little bit? We're somewhere up north. I don't remember where, but we're on probably a camping vacation.
Okay, he doesn't look thrilled to be in the picture.
He doesn't like pictures.
Okay. Let's go down to J. What's the date of J?
May 23rd, 2020.
Who's in this picture?
It's my son and James.
Okay. I'm going to go down to K. This is a post you made?
Yes.
What date?
August 5th, 2020.
What are you showing there?
The house when we first bought it and the improvements we made so far.
Okay. So this is like a comparison before and after?
Yes.
All right. L. What's the date on L?
August 16th, 2020.
Okay. And there's a large black box out. What's under the box without saying who it is?
His friend.
Okay. So where are you guys in this picture?
Looks like we're up north.
Okay. Then we're going to go to M, and we're on September 28th. I'm sorry, what's the date of this picture?
September 28th, 2020.
Okay, what's this picture?
That's a picture of my son and our horse.
Okay. I'm going to N. What date is this?
October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, and what is this a picture of?
Something Ethan drew. Sorry, my son drew.
Okay, and why did you include this? Why did you post about that on Facebook?
Because he's always a really good drawer. He just draws all the time, and we got a lot of artists, actually tattoo artists in our family, a lot of good drawers. So said it was in his genes.
Okay, that's why you said art is in his genes.
Correct.
The genes.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to O. What's the date on this one?
October 30th, 2020.
Okay, and what's going on here?
We are carving pumpkins for Halloween.
And there's a big black box.
That's his friend.
Okay. I am going down to P. What's the date on that one?
November 21st, 2020.
Okay, and who is around for this picture, even if you can't see them in the picture?
It's me and my husband and my parents. We're down in Florida over Thanksgiving.
And what is this that you're doing?
We're playing Dark Tower.
Okay. Did you guys play games with Ethan often?
Yes.
What games did you guys play?
We played Trivial Pursuit. We played What the Meme. We played Yahtzee. We play card games. We played a lot of Uno. The one with all the dice, Farkle, I think it's called. Yeah, Farkle. I don't know. We played a lot of games.
Okay, I'm going to go down to Exhibit Q. What date's that?
That's November 24th, 2020.
Okay, and we see who's in the picture?
My husband and my son.
Okay, Exhibit S, what's the date?
January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in R?
My son and his friend are playing Jenga.
Okay. S, do you know the date on S?
Can you scroll up?
It's for some reason this one is different.
Well, it looks like it says February 25th, 2021.
And what's going on here? What's happening in February of 21?
They're at a bowling match.
Okay. Now, let's go down to T. What's the date on T?
February 26th, 2021.
And what's happening here?
My stepdaughter came up and visited from Florida, and that's my son with his arm around her.
Okay. And with these photos, again, are there, on your real Facebook profile, are there more photos, or is it just what we're seeing?
There's more.
Okay. So what's the date on this exhibit U?
May 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post? There's a couple pictures.
I was showing our backyard improvements that we've done since we bought the house.
Okay. And then let's go to V. What's the date on V?
May 16th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
Our garden.
Okay. Now, this is W. What's the date on W?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and who's that?
It's my son and Dexter, his kitten.
Okay. Dexter is mentioned in one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
How is Dexter mentioned?
When we were at the substation, I asked my son why, and he said, because I just did take care of Dexter for me.
So when he said take care of Dexter,
he's meaning his kitten.
X, what's the date on X?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on this date?
My son and Dexter just hanging out in his bed.
Okay, we're gonna go to Y. What's the date on this one? I'm sorry, I'm going too fast.
May 31st, 2021.
Okay, who's in this one?
My son and his kitten.
Okay. Z, what's the date on this one?
June 13th, 2021.
And where are you guys?
We're at Cedar Point.
Is this like a family trip?
Yes.
Did you guys do a lot of family trips?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of family trips during summer of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here in exhibit AA. What's that? Yikes, I bumped it. What's the date on this one?
June 26, 2021.
What are you showing here?
My garden.
Okay. This is exhibit BB. What date?
June 27, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
In the pool.
Did you guys go in the pool with your son often?
Yeah, he'd join us.
Okay, and then let's see here. We've got CC. Date?
July 4th, 2021.
What's going on here?
My son and his friend are playing badminton against my parents.
Okay, is this at your house?
Yes.
DD. Date?
July 11th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
Me and my son and his friend we found a little spot off the Pollyann Trail, which runs through Oxford, and there was some weird big boy stuff going on, so we kind of walked around and checked it out.
Okay. Let's see here. EE. It looks like there's two posts on this date. What date is that?
That's July 30th, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in these posts?
The first one I posted, my son and his friend were both passed out from a lot of hiking we did that day.
Okay, what about the next photo from...
Those are pictures of the campground that we were at.
Okay, and so you is it fair to say you had the friend on vacation?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay. July 31st, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on FF.
July 31st, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
We went to the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes.
Okay, and where it says like plus 29, what does that mean?
There's 29 more photos that go along with that.
Okay, we're not going to show them all though. Okay? All right, we're going to GG. What's going on here? What's the date?
August 21st, 2021.
What are you guys doing August 21st, 2021?
My son and his friend were putting up a tent in our backyard and doing backyard camping.
Okay. What's the next one? You posted this on what date?
I posted on August 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post?
It was a memory from 3 years ago of my son and his friend with our horse, and I was pointing out to my son's friend's mom that they were so small 3 years ago.
Okay. What about this one? What's the date on, let's see here, II?
August 25th, 2021.
Okay, what's this?
That's his first day of school.
Okay, what grade?
10th grade.
And let's go to JJ. What's this date?
August 29th, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in this picture?
Me and my son were taking a picture for his old football coach. I tagged him in it. This is the only picture he would take with me so he could say hi to his coach, Rope.
All right, what about date on this one, which is marked as KK?
September 6th, 2021.
And what's going on there?
My son's leash training his kitten.
Do cats ever walk on a leash?
It wasn't successful.
Okay. Next picture, LL. What's the date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing here?
We rented a houseboat for the weekend, and my husband and I are walking around the outside on the dock and was sneaking pictures of the boys inside the houseboat playing card games.
Why were you sneaking pictures of them?
Because they wouldn't let us take any pictures of them.
Okay. Typical teenagers. All right, what's that date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what were the photos here?
I know it was the houseboat weekend. We went to Mackinac City, so I think it was something in Mackinac City.
Okay, and then the blacked out box, is that the friend?
I think it's the friend's parents.
The friend's, okay.
Oh, no, the friend, but never mind. Never mind.
Okay, NN, what's the date on this one?
September 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's this?
My son and Dexter sleeping.
And now we are at September 20, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on 00.
September 26th, 2021.
Okay. What does that show?
We were breaking up our side steps of the deck and planting a flower bed in the front of the house.
Okay. So we're in fall of 21, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date on this picture? I'm on PP.
October 3rd, 2021.
Okay, what's this picture? What are these pictures about?
We decorated our house for the Halloween.
Okay, and then let's go here to QQ. Date?
October 9th, 2021.
And what's shown in this picture?
Our front porch that we redid.
Okay, called it a makeover?
It was.
All right, and then let's go here to RR. What date is that?
October 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
I was just showing what we've got so far with the paint job, remodeling the living room and dining room, basically.
Okay. Next one is SS. What's the date on this one?
October 25th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
This was a text I sent to my son. Him and my husband were going somewhere, I don't remember. But I was just checking in. I said, you guys are okay? And my son made the comment, no, we're in the back of a white van headed to Alabama. Because he's very sarcastic, and I found it funny, and I posted it.
Okay. Was he sarcastic or, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Explain the sarcasm.
I mean, that's an example of it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was always sarcastic, always messing around with us.
Okay, when you say messing around with you, we're gonna get to that when we talk about some other posts. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. So let's go down to this photograph. TT, what is this? What date?
That's October 29th, 2021.
Okay. And what are you doing?
That's where we're on the virtual reality playing Beat Saber.
Okay. And then this one, UU. Okay, what's the date on this one?
November 26th or 25th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on here?
Thanksgiving.
Okay, Thanksgiving, is this Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
So this would have been Thursday.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to talk more about the next couple of days more slowly, but I'm going to go through the pictures first, okay? And then I'm going to take them off the screen so we can talk a little more. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is this post? What's the date on this one, VV?
November 25th, 2021.
And what is this picture? What are these pictures showing?
Our family, my aunt and uncle, my cousin, her husband, and then me, James, and my son. And then it shows us playing dice.
Okay.
Or left, right, center.
Is this on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right. And then on WW, what day is this on?
That's November 26th, 2021.
Okay, and what were you guys doing on this day, November 26th, 2021, which is a day we're going to talk about in more detail?
We were cutting our Christmas tree down.
Okay, and then ultimately we have XX. What date is this?
November 27th, 2021.
Okay, so this would have been Saturday?
Yes.
And what's going on in this picture?
We got our Christmas decorations and everything out.
Okay. Then we have YY. What day is this from?
November 26, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in this picture?
My son and my husband are laughing at me because I dragged them around the whole tree farm to pick the tree. So they were finally happy it was over.
Okay, so that's YY, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna close this for just a minute, and just make sure that exhibits B through YY were admitted.
They're admitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the defense is only going to have one other exhibit, but we'll get to that one. Okay? Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, I want to go back and talk to you. We went through a lot of Facebook pages, obviously, or pictures. On Thanksgiving, who was at your house?
It was my aunt and uncle, my cousin, and her husband.
And what did you guys do, if anything, that night?
Well, they were there probably till about 7 or 8 o'clock. So we played left, right, center, just the normal family stuff.
Did anything seem off or strange with your son?
No.
Was he spending time with family members, or was he in his room? What was he doing?
He was back and forth. He would come out and play games with us, or when it got to adult talk, he would go in his room and play his video games.
Now, we definitely saw a lot of his friend in the photographs. Were there other times where he would not have his friend with him?
Yeah, there were times.
Okay. Was he happy? Was he okay without his friend? How was he?
Yeah, I mean, most of the times it was just the three of us. It was usually out-of-state travel.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so on the day after Thanksgiving, what did you do that day?
I went shopping. I go shopping every year, day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday shopping. I wake up at 4 o'clock and I go shopping.
Okay, so where did you go that day, if you remember?
I usually go to Meijer, and then from there I'll head up to Marshals and Lapeer, and then sometimes I will hit the not Home Depot, the other home improvement store, Menards. I would hit Menards.
And on that date, when you went, it was the 26th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know, when you left your house, did you know what James and Ethan, your son, were going to be doing that day?
No, they were sleeping when I left.
Okay, when you got home, were they home, or were they where were they?
They weren't home.
Did they ever come home?
Yeah, I texted my husband and asked where you're at, and I believe he called me and told me that him and Ethan were at the Acme firearm store looking at guns.
Okay.
And then they came home from there.
Okay, did they purchase a gun that day?
They did.
Okay, the prosecution brought in exhibits showing the receipts, all of that. You weren't with them when they bought the gun, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. You did post on Facebook a photo of the gun. We saw the post, correct?
Correct.
And in the post that's been admitted already, you described it as your son's Christmas gift. Can you explain who wanted the gun? What does it mean?
They had rented a 9mm at the shooting range before, so they knew it was the type of gun, or the size gun, I guess what it is, that they wanted to get. And my son and my husband did a lot of texting back and forth. My son did a lot of research on it, and they're comparing different ones that they wanted to buy. That went on for a couple months. My husband just kind of kept blowing it off, like, not right now. And then I guess when I was out shopping, they said, well, let's go try on Black Friday, see if we can get one on sale, if there's any deals going on.
Okay, so they ultimately did get one?
Right.
Now, did you object? Did you say, I don't want that gun in the house? Anything like that?
No, I was more angry that they cut into our Christmas tree time. Usually cut my Christmas tree down right after I get back from shopping, but I had to wait for them. So I was irritated at that. When
they came home, did they show you the gun?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you guys do?
They just showed me it was on the kitchen counter, and then my husband put it up and we went to the Christmas tree farm.
What do you mean by put it up?
He put it back in the case with the cable lock and back in the bedroom.
Okay. let's talk about just guns overall. This jury needs to understand some details, okay? If I ask a question you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. Because are guns your thing?
Not really, no.
Okay, but do you have awareness about guns within your home?
I do.
Okay. Who is responsible for storing the gun?
My husband is.
Okay, explain why you say he's responsible for that role.
I just didn't feel comfortable being in charge of that. It was more his thing, so I let him handle that. I didn't feel comfortable putting the lock thing on it. I just rather not let him do it.
And I think in one of the messages that was admitted with Brian, you called it a string lock?
Yeah.
Okay, do you understand now it's a cable lock?
I do.
Okay. So, were there ever any times where you would take the cable lock off or put it on?
No.
Now, there were, prior to buying that gun, did James own any other guns?
He did.
How many?
2.
And by 2, the jury has seen the Derringer and the Kel-Tec. Were those the other 2?
Correct.
Okay, so those are the other 2 guns. How were those stored?
They were stored in a safe.
Okay, and was that different than the 9mm?
It was.
Okay, explain to the jury the difference.
We had a gun safe, so when they bought the 2 other guns, they transported the 2 other guns into the gun safe. And then everything else, well, I don't know. Everything went, like the cable lock and the other case went somewhere. The 9mm was in a case, but it was locked it was in the case locked with a cable lock.
Okay, and how, the cable lock that was on the 9mm, what did you have to use to get the cable lock opened?
A key.
Okay, did you have possession of the key?
No.
Okay, where was the key?
I collected German beer steins, so it was in one of the beer steins.
Where are those located?
Throughout the house. We have them on top of there's a ledge over the refrigerator in our kitchen. So they go from wall to wall. Then we had corner shelves in our house that had them. We had a lot.
Okay, did you know which particular beer stein the cable lock key was in?
No.
Do you know if your son knew which beer stein it was in?
No.
What about ammunition for the 9mm? Was there any bought on the 26th when the weapon was purchased?
No.
Okay, so that day we saw, obviously, your Facebook post. You describe it as your son's gift. Did he have free access to that gun?
No, it was for him to use at the shooting range only.
Was he allowed to take it out?
Not without my husband around.
Did he know where it was kept?
My husband hid it usually in our bedroom in different spots.
Okay. What was the intention of hiding it?
That's just what you're supposed to do.
Okay. And when it was hidden, was it locked in any way?
It had the cable lock on it.
Okay. And you again testified about the key being in a beer stein?
Correct.
Would the beer stein be right by the cable lock?
No.
Okay, so where would the beer stein be?
It would probably be in one of the ones in the kitchen.
Okay, so the key's out there, and then you've got did you know where the gun was hidden in your room on November 26th when you put it away?
No.
Okay, on November 27th, we saw the whole video of you going to the shooting range with Ethan, correct? Or with your son, correct?
Correct.
Okay, on that day, we see in the video that you carry the gun case into the gun range, right?
Correct.
Okay, how did the gun get to the gun range?
Well, my husband had got it ready for me and put it in the back of my car. And
what does that mean, got it ready for
took
you?
the cable lock off, put, I guess I put the magazine things in the case and put it in the back of my car, and then I drove with my son to the shooting range with the gun in the back of my car. That's how it got there.
Okay. Did you see him or watch him take the cable lock off that day?
No.
Why not?
I think I was just doing something else. I didn't pay attention.
Okay, so when you got to the gun range, we saw in the video you carried it to the counter. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, the jury's seen all this, 5 bullets, and then you guys go shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we obviously see you and your son. That shows the whole experience while you're there.
Correct.
Okay. So while you're there, how interested were you in shooting that weapon?
I shot it a couple times. I don't know. Shooting's kind of boring. I'm more like skeet shooting, where actually something's going on. So I shot it a couple times, and he did the rest. Okay. And did you end up posting something about it being a Mother's-Son Day? I did.
How did you feel about that day?
It was a fun day. He asked me if I wanted to go to the shooting range with him, and he's never asked me to go before. My husband was doing DoorDash, and I felt good about it.
How many times had you been to the shooting range before that day?
Once.
And when you went the one other time, who else was present?
My husband.
So this was the first day you're the only adult going?
Correct.
Okay, so we see obviously in the video you carried the gun in the case out. Did it have the cable lock on at that point?
No.
Okay, so what did you do from there?
This is when we're leaving?
Yeah.
I put the gun in the back of my vehicle and drove.
Explain where in the back of your vehicle.
So in the back of the SUV, it has a little thing that opens up where the spare tire is. I put it under there.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I went home.
And did you take the gun in the house?
No, I took the bullets in the house and hid them, and my husband took the gun in the house when he got home from work.
Okay, so was there a period of time that the gun was not in the home but in your car?
Yeah, probably for a couple hours.
Okay, why is that?
I just don't feel comfortable with it. I don't. That's his thing.
Okay, so on that Saturday, it was left in the vehicle, and your vehicle was locked.
Correct.
Do you know if the gun was brought into the house and put away?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
My husband told me.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you watch him do anything in terms of putting it away, or if you didn't, just let me know.
No, I didn't.
Okay. The next day is Sunday, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, was there any? Do you recall any issues with the weapon? Any issues with the gun?
No.
Okay. Now, when the next day is Monday, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do on Monday?
I went to work.
Okay. And on Monday, we heard the voicemail you got. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Describe for the jury overall what happened or what you were dealing with that day.
I received a voicemail on my phone while I was at work. It was Pam Fine, one of the school counselors, calling to let me know that my son was looking at bullets in class. She let me know that they had a meeting with my son and that he said what he was doing was wrong, admitted responsibility. They gave him an example about teachers, even they brew beer at home, should be looking it up in school, and it was kind of upbeat. And then she ended up with, he understood, he went back to class, just want to let you know, if you have any questions, please give us a call, have a good holiday.
Okay, and on that date, did you call Miss Fine back?
No, I did not.
What was your reaction to getting that message?
It was pretty black and white. She said what happened, they seemed like they solved the problem, and I didn't have any questions.
Okay, so on that date, did you end up saying anything to James about it?
I believe I did.
Did you say anything to your son about it?
I did.
What did you, and I think we saw text messages, you said next time don't get caught.
Yeah, I said seriously looking at bullets in school, and then he went through a long couple of texts about teachers looking at his stuff, and he was worried about he was going to get in trouble, and then I said, next time don't get caught.
What did you mean by that?
So there's an ongoing thing in our house. Someone always asked me the trouble I get in high school, because I was a little bit of a troublemaker, because I always got caught. Like, all my friends could be doing the same thing, and I'd be the one to get caught. So I was kind of referencing to that.
Okay, so you said that, and did you feel you had to discipline him or do anything beyond talk to him about it?
No, we talked. I listened to the voicemail, and that was that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back for a couple minutes to talk to you about some exhibits the prosecution introduced from earlier in the year, okay? So I'm going to start with what's been admitted as exhibits 155 through 160. Okay, I'm going to pop them up on the screen and we're going to just talk about each one briefly. So I'm going to go to 155. Okay, I'm going to plug my... I'm sorry, it's not time to plug it in. Okay, so I'm going to start with 155, okay? This was already admitted, so we're not going to belabor this, okay?
Oh, no, she doesn't have a picture of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not necessarily with all those ones that come here.
Oh.
Okay,
There it is. Okay, so we've already talked about this with other witnesses, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. If you need me to slow down, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. This is Miss DeRiker's email with her and Sean Hopkins. She's telling him, when you get a chance, can you call your son down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class, tries to sleep all the time in class. Sean responds, I'll catch him by the end of the day. Thanks, just a little worried. And that's that. You heard testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever aware there was a time where your son was failing a class and trying to sleep all in capital letters all the time in class?
I can't remember what class director was. So I'd probably be aware if he was failing that class from Power School, but I was not aware that he was sleeping all the time.
So did anyone from the school let you know in May of 2021, hey, he's sleeping in class and failing?
No.
Okay, that was Exhibit 155. And would that show up on Power Schools, that the emails between them?
No.
Okay, Exhibit 166. This is from September 8th, 2021. It starts off with an email from Miss McConnell to Sean Hopkins. It says, can you please touch base with Ethan Crumbley? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure. He writes back, thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day. I'll try to catch up with him. Were you aware this was ever a discussion or an issue?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Hopkins ever talked to or tried to talk to your son?
No.
Did anyone ever call you to make you aware of any of this?
No.
If you heard this, how would you react, or what would your reaction be?
I'd be definitely concerned why he feels like his family's a mistake and he feels terrible. So that would be a concern to me.
Okay. So this is something you were unaware of?
Correct.
And in fact, when did you find out these emails existed?
When we started getting discovery.
Okay, so in this case?
Correct.
All right, so I want to go to 157. This is on November 10th of 2021. This is Miss McConnell sends Sean a message. Ethan Crumbley is having a rough time right now. We may need to speak with you. Sean writes back, I'm sorry I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him. Were you ever made aware that there was some issue on November 10th where your son was having a rough time?
No.
Did anyone from the school ever let you know?
No.
Did you ever see anything like this prior to us getting materials in this case?
No.
If you heard your son was having a rough time, what would you do to follow up?
I would talk to my son, find out what's going on.
Okay. And I am going to minimize these for 1 second. I want to go back to some other dates that were discussed and exhibits were admitted. And I'm going to go back to March 20th. I'm sorry. Let's go in order. So March 16th of 2021, the prosecution has admitted exhibits 85, 86, 85 through 94, and let's see here. 85 shows you guys are making plans, and you say, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that? And I'll get it up on the screen.
I was going to have some drinks and ride my horse. It was St. Patrick's Day.
I'm sorry, that's on the 17th,
correct.
right? Okay, the 16th, though, Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, so explain that again. So let me get it up on the screen because I'm messing up. Okay, 85. Okay, so 85, I'm sorry, you're right. So on page 85, 432 is the page number. You write, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. What was your plan that night?
I was going to have a couple drinks and go for a trail ride with my horse.
Okay, did you do that night?
Yes.
And on people's proposed exhibit 86, or their admitted exhibit, this was a text thread between you and your son. Let's see here. This is a text where the prosecution admitted to show that your son texted you, okay, the house is now haunted. What time was that text at?
It says 6:03.
Okay.
I don't know if it says -4. I don't know what that means.
Okay. And then the next text, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Next one, I got some videos and a picture of the demon is throwing bowls. I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. I'm just going to be an outsider for a while. Can you at least text back? Okay, do you recall this day on March 17th, 2021?
It didn't stick out to me until this whole... No, I don't recall it exactly. I just remember it ever since we got discovery on this case.
Okay, so on March 17th, there was a point when did you ever see these texts?
I probably didn't. Not at that time.
Do you recall seeing these texts at any point prior to this case?
I'm sure I did, but they weren't. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I saw them, but they just didn't stick out to me until this case.
Why didn't they stick out to you?
Because it wasn't anything that was anything serious. It was Ethan just messing around.
You gotta explain to the jury, how did Ethan mess around?
So he's been convinced our house has been haunted since 2015. It was built in 1920. Around that time frame, him and his friend would go down to the basement and play a Ouija board. So they thought we had a house ghost. So it was around that time when he would mess with us that things were going on in the house. Silverware was flying across the room. Doors were slamming. He actually took a video of the door and showed me when I got home, and you can clearly see where he's standing back with his phone, looking at the door that's open. You can see him walk up the door, and you can kind of see him slam it, of him trying to say, "See, our house is haunted." So it was that kind of stuff that he did.
Okay, and did that continue on into 2021 when you'd get messages like this?
Only a couple of times, but I think he just got over it. Like it wasn't. He got bored with messing around with the ghost. So.
Did you mess around with him?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to him?
When they were downstairs in the basement playing Ouija board one night, I went and flipped the circuit breaker off in the house, and he thought it was the ghost they conjured up on the Ouija board.
Did James ever mess around with you or with Ethan?
Yeah, a little bit.
Give us an example of what he did.
He said a lamp fell off a ledge in the basement, and so he named the ghost Victoria, so he was convinced there was another house ghost. So just kind of like an ongoing, like our house ghost, we called it. My son named it Boris Johnson. My husband named it Victoria. It was just like a little phase.
Was there ever a time where James pretended he got electrocuted?
Yes.
What did he do?
We were remodeling our living room, and he was taking the old ceiling fan down and having to figure out what wires go where to the new ceiling fan. And as he was reaching up, he pretended to get electrocuted, and he fell on the ground and was shaking, and I ran up and I kicked him. I don't know why I kicked him, but I did. And then he stopped, and I realized he was joking, and my son had the phone recording the whole time.
So this kind of stuff between you, your son, and your husband was like typical joking around kind of stuff.
It was.
Okay, so when you look back at these texts now and you see that there's a demon throwing bowls and things like that, Now looking back, do you think, oh my gosh, he had mental issues?
No.
What do you think was going on?
Just what I said, that it was just him messing around. He only did it when we weren't at home, and it was for a short period of time, and then he got bored.
Okay. So on that date, the prosecution admitted all kinds of stuff to show you were with your horse, and James was with your horse, correct?
Correct.
And you guys were with your horse?
Correct.
How long would you have been out there? What was a typical trip to the barn?
Usually about 3 hours. It takes about a half hour to get the horses tacked up and ready. We usually rode for about an hour, and then anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes to cool them down.
And with respect to the horses, did you and James go out there? Did you go every day?
No.
How did that work? Who went? How did you guys pick?
Whoever felt like going or had the most availability. Sometimes I'd work late, past 6 o'clock at night. I couldn't go. There's nights that my son had to go to bowling that had taken. Whatever happened that day, we just say, I'm going, or you're going, or it just was a day-by-day thing.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. This has been admitted as Exhibit 84. This goes to March 8th and 9th. Okay, do you remember talking about those dates?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, on those dates, the prosecution admitted Exhibit 84, which is up on the screen. These are texts between James and you, and it looks like you're saying you're going to have to skip the barn tonight. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask, is Ethan going to bowling?
Correct.
James says IDK. What does that mean?
I don't know.
All right. And you ask him about that. Okay, and I want you to describe, what are you doing in these text messages up on the screen here, these 4 in a row?
Can you go back to the green one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I got it now. I was just texting him, asking him if he was home from school yet.
Okay.
And if he had his phone on him.
So you're texting...
I think, looking at this, we must have gotten into an argument about his grades and took his phone away the night before, which is why I was asking if he had his phone on him.
Is it common for you to text repeatedly about someone? Are you home? Where are you?
Yes.
Okay, so in your messages, is it fair to say we're going to see that a lot from you?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband wrote back, he does not get home till 3:16. Did you know what time Ethan got home every day?
I knew it was after 3, like shortly after. I wasn't sure to the minute.
Okay, well then you wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. What did you mean by that?
I don't know, just if he walked home, I was worried if he was upset, he would just walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy and not let us know, and then I'd worry, or he'd take the route through, there's some kind of woodsy area to get to the trail to our house, and there's some homeless people that live back in there. It was just more or less, I was just worried about him just not wanting to come home because we got an argument the night before.
So when you say, I don't want him to do anything stupid, were you worried he'd hurt himself or anything like that?
No.
And James responds, dude, chill, he is fine, and I am trying to fucking work. Your next question, does he have his phone? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he says he won't answer while he's walking. The exhibit speaks for itself. And then you start up with, I'm seriously freaking out. Is he home yet? And then it looks like a blank message. Yeah. Why are you freaking out so much?
Because he didn't tell me he was home. So, and I think he must have, I don't know, did something with work. I couldn't get a hold of him. So it was like, why can't I get a hold of you? Why can't I get a hold of anybody?
Okay. Did this concern you ultimately that something happened that day, or did this get resolved?
I think he just got home and that was it.
Okay. Now, the next day, which would have been the 9th, you and James, we can agree, went to the barn together that day, correct?
Correct.
The prosecution provided a picture, GPS exhibits, phone data exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. On that day, we agree you guys are at the barn together.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to the prosecutor's exhibit 82 that was admitted. Okay. And you send him a message to Ethan that says, where are you? Or Ethan sends you a message that says, I'm sorry. You send a message to Ethan saying, "Where are you?" at 3:17 and 32 seconds, UTC -5, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ethan sends you all these texts. "Can you get home now? I think that someone's in the house. Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. I thought it was you, but I came out, no one was home. There is no one in the house though. Dude, my door just slammed. Maybe it's just my paranoia. But when are you going to get home?" Okay, what was going on that day?
So if you go back to the beginning of the thread.
Okay.
It's at the beginning. So you can see the time on there. That was the time I'd be driving home from the barn. And when I got home, he was asking me why I didn't answer the text. And he said the weird stuff was going on in the house again. And that was it.
Okay, when you walked in, do you recall discussing these messages with him?
It was mainly, "I've been trying to text you, why don't you answer?" And I told him,
said that or you said that?
He said that.
Okay.
And I told him I was driving home, I wasn't looking at my phone.
So why weren't you looking at your phone, or what's going on with did you have a signal? Do you not have a signal? What's happening?
I could have had a signal, I don't know. I probably just had my phone in the front seat of the passenger side and didn't look at it.
Okay. When you're out at the barn, do you get every text that people send you?
No.
What's your signal like out there?
I have Metro PCS, so it's not as good as somebody had AT&T and Verizon, but there's very limited spots at any barn I've been at where there's any type of signal. Usually you have to find the one spot you'll see everybody standing at talking on the phone, but it's not all over the barn.
What about on the roads to the barn?
So that barn we were at, it was between Oxford and Groveland area. So all those roads, once I passed the market, there's no signal until I got to a fire station. Then I have a signal, and then once I passed the fire station, I wouldn't have a signal. When I hit a grocery store, I'd have a signal. Once I got past the grocery store, all the way to the barn, I had no signal.
Looking back on these texts now from March 9th, okay, seeing him say, "There's someone in the house, I think. Someone walked in the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on." Do you think he was having mental issues that day?
No.
What do you think, what is your conclusion about these messages at this time?
He was just messing with us.
Okay. Is this the kind of messing you previously talked about?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to March 20th. This is People's Exhibits 96 through 100. They established on this date you're out at the barn. This is you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And another picture of you.
Yep.
And we've got data showing that you were out there, correct? Okay. And there's a text message exchange that was admitted as People's 96. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you, okay?
Okay.
So in People's 96, this is between you and your son, correct?
Correct.
He says, "Can you at least text back?" You're asking, "Where's your dad? Text me when you're done yet?" And he starts up with, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone. I picked the clothes back up though." That's at, it looks like 2:34, and we may be off by an hour or so because it's that UTC. This one's -4. Your next text is, "Jumping in shower, text your dad if I don't respond." And your text, no matter what the time zone is 6 hours later. Do you recall getting these texts?
It's 2 days.
Messages?
It's 2 days and 6 hours later.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. 2 days and 6 hours. So do you recall, though, getting these couple on the 20th about, "I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started falling off the shelf." Do you recall that?
Only when we got discovery.
Okay. Now, looking back on these days, are you thinking, "Oh my God, he thought things were happening that were crazy"?
No.
Do you think anything of it now?
No.
What do you think is happening in those messages?
I just think he was messing with us.
Okay, so those are 3 times where you guys are at the ranch and he's messing with you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And at that time, that was months and months before November. It was in March, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so beyond March, was there other times where he was saying these goofy texts and messing around?
No, I don't think so.
So there's two more dates I need to ask you about. I'm going to go to April 4th, which was a Sunday, and that is going to be exhibit that was admitted 101, okay? So exhibit 101 are text messages, and these are between, who are these between?
Those were between my son and his friend.
Okay. Now, prior to this case, did you ever see any of these messages?
I did not.
Were you aware any of them existed?
I was not.
Okay, so this is from April 4th, and your son's saying, he's the one sending messages that say, I hear people talking to me and someone in the distance. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Like, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor. Was there ever a time where he asked to go to the doctor around this time?
I don't think so, no.
Then he says, my mom laughed when I told her. Was there ever a time where he's asking for help and you're laughing?
No.
He writes to his friend, and this is just later that night, but I'm having bad insomnia and paranoia, and I need help. I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital, but then my parents would be really pissed. Okay, so this is all one long conversation, is that right?
Correct.
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. This text message or instant message thread, were you even aware of this?
No.
Do you remember any time where he came and talked to you and said anything about hearing voices?
No.
Do you recall there ever being a time where he asked you to go to a doctor or to get help and you said no?
No.
Or laughed at him?
No.
So when you see these texts with his friend, do you have any idea, and if you don't, that's fine, do you have any idea what he's doing with his friend?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Do you know if him and his friend messed around with each other like you and your husband do with him?
Judge.
I'm sorry.
You'd have to have personal knowledge.
When you were testifying earlier, you mentioned that your son and his friend would play within a Ouija board. Is that right?
Right.
When did that happen or in relation to 2021?
I know he got the Ouija board for Christmas of 2020. So for a few months after that, they were really into playing it, and then they got bored with it. And it's probably sitting on our shelf getting dust.
Okay. On April 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to that day. Do you recall texting his friend's mother? And I'm going to put up exhibit 104 on the screen. Okay, do these texts look familiar to you?
They do.
Okay, who are these between?
These are between me and his friend's mom.
Okay, and you start off with my son is in bowling tonight. I just want to let you know, not sure if he needs a partner. Why are you texting that?
I don't know why he wasn't bowling tonight, off the top of my head, but they had partners on certain nights of the week, and so him and his friend were always partners, so I was letting her know that he wasn't going to be there.
Okay, and this is on one date, April 29th. Did you talk to her on other dates, or is this like the only time you talked to her?
We've talked back and forth quite a bit.
Okay. Now, on this date, you say he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school, but he doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him. Friend's mom mentions he stayed home from school today, too. The only time they're happy is when they're together. Talking about grades. You mentioned, this is all new to me. I'm not used to my son being moody. He's usually pretty happy and will talk about anything. I do know he's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in social do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. I just got to a point where he's got so far behind and we were out of town. He's having difficulties making it up. Where were you guys out of town?
In Florida. My mother-in-law had passed away, so we were gone for a couple of weeks in the middle of April, taking care of funeral arrangements and everything.
And at this time, when you describe your son as being moody or depressed, did you think it was anything that warranted getting medical attention?
No, he was just being quieter. He's a quiet kid. He was just being quieter than normal. And I'd ask him if everything okay. He'd say fine, but I could just tell he was a little sad. And I thought maybe I didn't see his friend in a couple of weeks. So I don't know if maybe they got into a fight and they weren't talking. So I was asking her if there was anything going on with his friend, which might have caused my son to be quieter than normal. But I think he was just really stressed out because those 2 weeks that we were in Florida, he got pretty far behind on his grades. Okay, so then it goes on and you end up saying, yeah, me too. I'm glad they're getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I told him just to do his best. Don't worry about it. Next year's a new year. And then maybe if his friend is feeling better, he wants to come over to work, and then you're talking about shooting up a gun range in the backyard, correct? Yeah, targets.
Okay, so did this issue of him feeling depressed or acting moody, this one period of time, did that go on or did that discontinue?
It discontinued. I mean, it was a little phase, and he seemed to be fine. Him and his friends started coming over more. I think it was more or less his friend wasn't coming over as much, and he just seemed quieter than normal.
And you guys were out of town. You had just been out of town,
right? Yeah, and he just lost his grandmother, so that was sad too.
Okay. All right, and then there was one other conversation that you had with his friend's mother that the prosecution introduced as Exhibit 105. I'm going to put that up, okay? So this is actually from. Let's see here. Starts off on I'm going to go to Halloween. So 10/31 of 21. You say to her, James filled me in on his friend last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything. What was that about?
We had found out the day before Halloween that his son, my son's friend, went to Wisconsin to an OCD treatment school. We didn't know. We had Halloween plans, and we were texting with his friend's parents about his friend still coming over to carve pumpkins on Halloween because they do it every year, and then they go out and trick or treat. And we didn't hear from him, and all of a sudden my husband found out through his friend's dad that they drove to Wisconsin, and he's at OCD treatment center for at least 90 days. So it hit us really hard because we didn't really expect it coming. He didn't expect it coming. It was hard.
Did you do anything different as a parent when his friend was taken away, essentially, to the hospital or the other school?
I don't understand.
Did you do anything different as a parent in terms of spending time with your son?
I mean, we did as much as we could.
Okay. Tell us about that. Tell us about that month.
I think we did more family game nights than normal. He was working a lot. I would check in with him, make sure he's doing okay. That's when I started asking him, do you have friends at school that you can hang out with? And if so, you're more than welcome to invite them over.
Okay.
I was more on point of the fact that he was sad.
Okay. And even though he was sad, did you feel like there was anything where he needed help or needed mental health treatment?
No.
Was his loss of his friend being in his life anything that made you think he needed counseling or a therapist?
Not to that extent, no.
I'm going to unplug this so that we can go back to go to questions that don't involve exhibits, okay? Okay. So we were talking earlier about the mother-son gun range day, right?
Correct.
You've already told the jury how the gun was put in the car and taken out. Okay. Now, did you ever tell Brian Maloche about the mother-son day at the range?
I'm sure I mentioned it, yeah.
Did you ever tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, when did you tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
On the day I went to the shooting range.
Did you tell Brian you put the gun in your car the day the shooting happened?
No.
So when he testified to that, was that accurate?
No, I think he was confused.
Okay. Did you specifically tell him about the gun being put in your car that other time?
Yes.
Aside from that time that you drove to the range, was the gun ever in your car?
No.
Were you aware Brian had memory issues?
No, I was not.
Brian testified that he never met Ethan. Later in his testimony, he said he did. Did he ever meet Ethan?
Yeah, a couple times at the barn.
Okay.
And we went, he came to our house, he helped deliver a big TV that we got, and my son was there.
Well, did you ever tell Brian anything about your son saying things or making you upset in any way like that?
No.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about he had mental health issues that you were worried about?
No.
So when we read your messages, which the prosecution admitted, the 77 pages, okay, it's fair to say the jury can read what you guys talked about and you reflect on all the, you talk about the past with Ethan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the jury can read those. We don't need to go through those. You agree?
I agree.
Okay. So we got to Monday. Monday is 2 days after you guys go for the Mother's Sunday at the shooting range. Monday, Miss Fine leaves you the voicemail. We talked about that already. Talked about you talking to your son about it, right? Okay, I want to go to Tuesday, the 30th. Okay?
Okay.
Do you remember Tuesday the 30th?
I do.
And that day, we saw an exhibit of you going into work. That happened?
Yes.
And we heard lots of testimony already about you getting a call from Sean Hopkins.
Correct. He left me a voicemail and I called him back.
Okay. When you called back, Mr. Hopkins testified that he sent you something. What did he send you?
He sent me a copy of a math worksheet that had the scribbled out drawings on it.
Okay. And I want to ask you, the night before that scribbles out drawing thing came to you, did you have any interactions with your son?
Yes, we did.
What were those about?
I saw in Power School that he had an E in geometry, so we got in an argument again about his grades. We took his phone away and told him that he couldn't go to the shooting range until his grades were brought back up. Okay, so you guys had this argument the night before. We saw lots of messages where you thought everything was fine that Tuesday morning. Is that how you felt? Yeah.
Okay. So when you got that math paper texted to you, do you recall saying anything to Ethan on the phone, on speaker?
Yeah, I asked him why he did that.
Okay. What were you thinking at that point?
I was actually kind of angry because I thought he did that in like defiance of us yelling at him about missing assignments, and here he is drawing pictures on an empty assignment page in geometry.
So you felt like it was specifically him sending you a message about the night before?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you took it personally?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had asked Mr. Hopkins if he had the original, and then he sent it to my email, which then I opened up and looked at it, and it's like, okay.
What did you think when you saw that?
I was a little concerned. I was pretty concerned. He had asked for a parent to come to the school to meet with them, and at this time I tried calling my husband to see if he could go because he was out in the area working, and I couldn't get a hold of him, so I decided to go to the school. on the way to the school, he finally called me back and he met me at the school, so we went together.
Okay, and when you went into the school, what did you think was happening?
I thought he was gonna get in trouble for what he drew on his assignment. I thought I was gonna get suspended. I was expecting a disciplinary meeting.
Okay, how did you feel about what you saw on that paper?
I felt concerned after seeing that.
Okay, and so we saw that you sent pictures of the math papers to Kira, to Andy, to Brian. It's fair to say you sent them around to people.
I did.
Okay, and to all those people, we've already seen all the exhibits. You expressed that concern.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens when you get to the school with you and James arrived separately? I think the detective testified that he was wrong at first, thinking you went together, but you guys were separate, got there at the same time.
Correct.
Went in. What was it like walking into the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Ejak? Who was there?
So when we first got there, Mr. Hopkins met us out in front of where the administration is and walked us back to his counseling office. When we walked in, it was just him, and then my son was sitting in a chair in front of his desk working on something on his laptop. So when he walked in, he kind of showed us where to sit, and then we shook hands, he introduced himself, and started the meeting.
Did you try to hug Ethan or do anything like that?
I didn't.
Okay. And when, how did that meeting go?
It was pretty nonchalant. It was pretty brief. He started to tell. He basically filled me in on what my son and him were talking about for the last hour and a half. He said that my son told him that he was feeling sad over the death of a dog that we had. My mother-in-law lost his friend. So we talked a little bit about that. We confirmed it. We just said we agreed it was hard on him. He told us that he didn't feel my son was a risk, and actually gave him the option if he wanted to stay at school or go home. My son wanted to stay at school, so we all discussed that.
Did you feel like you were taking the position of I am leaving him at school whether he can be here or not?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Were you surprised or were you not surprised? Did you have any feelings about whether or not he could stay at school?
I didn't really. I thought the advice that they were giving us was a good advice. We talked about him being sad, and then he said being around peers usually helps. We all agreed to that. My son gets very stressed out when he does virtual school, so we agreed that it might stress him out more to do his school remotely the rest of the day. But there was never a time where I would refuse to take him home. I could easily, if he wanted to go, take him with me. I had no issues with that.
Okay, so ultimately, did you take a paper from the school?
The counseling papers, yeah.
Okay.
There is a stack, like maybe 10 sheets with multiple counselors listed on them.
Okay. And were you planning to do anything with that sheet?
Yeah, actually, we were going to start. I gave it to my husband out in the parking lot, and I told him I had phone calls at work the rest of the day, so I told him to start making calls once he got done doing his DoorDash.
Okay. Now, the prosecution introduced and admitted an exhibit which was a search off of Yahoo about clinical depression treatments. Do you recall ever Googling, but do you recall ever searring that topic?
I don't, and I don't usually use Yahoo as a search engine. I always use Google, so I don't know. I don't recall it, no.
Okay. Do you recall how or if you ever saw anything on Yahoo about clinical depression?
I don't remember specifically seeing anything. I might have looked at something when my husband was going through a really hard time after his mother passed away. He was he was drinking a little bit more than usual, and you just tell that he wasn't right. So I might have looked at something at that time, seeing if he was depressed, but not. I don't know where Yahoo came from.
You don't know how the Yahoo came to be? Okay. When you're on Facebook and Instagram and all those things, do you ever hit the clickbait stuff?
Sometimes on accident. Sometimes I do on purpose.
Okay, so that search on Yahoo, you don't remember ever putting that in the search bar?
No.
Okay. But you are saying it's possible you looked at it. Is that?
It's possible.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. So you're at the meeting. How did the meeting end?
So we all decided that my son was going to go back to his class. So we wrote him a pass to go back to class. After he left, all four of us were in the meeting, and they asked if we had any questions, and we did not. And then I said, I'm going to go back to work. And we left, and I went to work, and my husband did DoorDash. And
did you mean to be abrupt about ending the meeting?
I didn't think I was abrupt.
Did you think you ended the meeting?
I think it just automatically ended when they asked if we had any questions, and I said no.
Okay. So when there was testimony about that, I'm sorry, strike that.
Let me ask Ms. Smith, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm looking for a natural break.
We could do it now.
Well, does jury need a break?
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to be considerate of.
No, we can go anytime. That's fine.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you.
You're fine. That's fine.
So, can you take a minute and 5 after 3? Is that right?
All rise for the jury.
I'll come here and grab those. Is it okay if I grab these exhibits?
Sure.
Jennifer, I'm going to grab these from you.
You can be seated. I don't usually like to interrupt people's direct, but I know you've got quite a bit of meeting, and we've been at since 12:30. So we're going to take about 10 minute break to 5 after 3. Okay.
Well, Judge, based upon the testimony, I need to pull some exhibits, so it'll be longer than 10 minutes. I'd like to get right into cross after direct. So, we'll do that now, but it'll be longer than 10 minutes.
Okay.
If that's okay, we're going to need some time, I think.
Yes.
Okay, well, we've got quite a bit of direct left, I think.
I have
quite a bit, you're some.
I don't know how to do
I've
that.
gotten through 3/4 of it, so I'd say I have a quarter of it left.
Okay.
A lot of it, it's probably going to go pretty fast because the exhibits speak for themselves and they've already admitted videos of all of it, so.
Okay. All right, you can take them down, and can you guys let me know then? I don't like to let them sit very long, but if you let me know.
Sure.
You're not talking about half an hour, anything, right?
Not an hour, no, but
There's, we're trying to avoid standing up and saying we need a time and having to take another break, but
No, I get it.
we'll go as fast as we can. There's a lot of things she testified about. I think that Mr. Keith wants to.
right.
Well, I just
Your Honor, I moved fast with their exhibits. I
it's
kept
good,
going.
it's
I
good.
didn't take breaks in
It's
between.
good. It's good. I'm more concerned about the jury sitting than anything.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. This is probably your spot.
Okay.
Right for holds.
Okay. All right. You ready? Yep. Okay. We were talking about the meeting at the school. And I think the jury's heard a lot about that meeting, okay? So I'm going to fast forward. You go back to work, right?
Yeah.
We saw the exhibit of you walking back in.
Correct.
Okay. We heard Amanda Holland testify about how she gives you some advice. Do you recall her giving you advice?
I don't.
Is she somebody you go to for advice?
No.
Why not?
We were never like friends outside of work, and she was Andy's administrative assistant, so it was just formalities really with her. We didn't really have anything in common. Her child was real young, I had a teenager.
Okay. All right, I want to go to the time where you heard there was an open shooter. The jury's already heard how you heard about that, okay? And we know you got in your car, you drove up to Oxford, right?
Correct.
Okay. We heard about the description of that caravan. Did you see that caravan?
Yeah, I joined it. It's a black SUV, and that was my fastest way to get to the school.
Okay, so you actually were a part of that with all the law enforcement officers all headed up.
Yep, I just kind of jumped in.
What is that, Lapeer Road?
It started on 75. I work at Square Lake and Telegraph, so I got on 75 from Square Lake there. And it was well before the M24 exit. I would say about a quarter of a mile. The tractor was backed up.
Okay. Now, you sent a text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says, "You can talk to us." Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can talk to us about anything. Just wanted to make sure I opened that door. Just let him know that we're there for him. We love him.
Okay, and he said he loved you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, was there anything unusual about that?
Yeah, he's at that age where it was hard to get I love yous back out of him. For me to open my text and just see him randomly saying I love you was abnormal for him.
Okay, did you think anything at that point?
No, not right at that point. I think I said text back I love you too. I don't remember. I believe I did. Yeah.
Okay. And later in the thread, you say, don't do it. So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School, and I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the I love you text. And then I texted him, are you okay? In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school. It was on 75 when I was trying to get to the exit that my husband called me. He asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said the gun is missing. So instantly, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't imagine my son actually going into a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter. He's going to kill himself. Because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves after. So I yelled in my talk to text, Ethan, don't do it, because I thought he was going to kill himself.
At that point, did you think Ethan had killed anyone?
No, I didn't even think he shot anyone at that point.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Did you believe he injured anyone or shot anyone, did anything?
No. I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay. So you find out the gun's missing, so you do think he's got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah, my husband had called me when I got close to the house, and he said the substation just called and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up?
My son was in custody, basically, the substation.
Right, so who did you pick up?
I picked up my husband, I'm sorry.
Okay, you picked up James. Okay, What was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
I don't know. I asked my husband, I was like, is he alive? And he said, oh no, we're going down there. I didn't really know what to think. I was kind of it was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the subs. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode, like what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there would be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there would be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like we can handle injuries and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay? After that, you go to your house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute, and we were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back, so I walked out the front door of my house.
And what'd you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay, we saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know. During the substation meeting, while you're with Joe Bryan,
Judge, this is direct examination.
I'm asking a question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone while you are speaking to law enforcement. I want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading.
What were you
and
doing
the whole jury can hear you constantly saying object.
What were you doing on your phone?
First I was looking for the paper to show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the massive amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking if my son was okay, because at this point in time, nobody knew anything. I was also messaging with my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I know I was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested, so I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so when did you find out there were fatalities?
In the back of the car when I was by myself, and I asked the officer, and he told me there was 4 fatalities.
That's on the video.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that, okay? All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something because it's very distracting.
Okay, I can't hear them, but just trying to keep your voices down.
I didn't think that.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not saying object.
Okay, well, she can hear you saying something apparently.
Okay. So this is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads to my main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting texts thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally, no.
And so when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
And you don't dispute, you've seen a lot of text message threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on, is that right?
Right.
And a lot of those are what were deleted?
Correct.
Okay. So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the police tell you and James you guys need to leave the house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to... the first time we ended up going to the Holiday Inn Express and sitting in the parking lot trying to figure out what was going on, waiting for them to call us.
Was there a point you had to go back to the house?
Yes, they called us to come back to the house.
Did you know why you're going back?
They told us that the search was over and they just wanted us to come back to the house.
Okay, so when you got back to the house, what happened?
We went into the house and then the detective asked for our cell phones.
And were you reluctant about giving over your cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, why is that?
Sounds bad, but my life is in my cell phone. My contacts are in my cell phone. Everything I need is in my cell phone. I don't memorize phone numbers. I have an emergency going on, and they're taking my only means of contact away from me.
Okay. There was a suggestion to go get burner phones or track phones, prepaid phones.
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so there was evidence you went to Walmart in Lapeer, does that sound right?
Yep.
And we saw the receipts. There's been a lot of text messages about threats. Tell the jury about what you were receiving.
We were receiving so many threats on let me back up. On our new track phones, in my Facebook Messenger, there was a ton of threats. I wasn't getting text threats on my new track phone, was at my number, but my Facebook Messenger was blowing up with threats. Once I got into my email account, that was blowing up with threats. People found my realtor.com profile that I hadn't had for years and were sending me messages through that. I had people sending me screenshots of text threats they found that I didn't know about.
How were you feeling at this point?
I was feeling pretty scared.
Okay, scared of what?
Well, scared that somebody might hurt us.
Okay. At that point, did you ever go back home?
This is the first time, right?
I'm talking after you bought the track.
Oh, no, we went to the hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. So you go to the hotel in Lapeer, and then how long did you stay there?
Just one night.
Okay, so that was the night of
the 30th.
The 30th. Okay. What did you do on the 1st?
We woke up. I knew I had to make arrangements. I had a senior dog and 2 cats still at the house. I didn't know what to do with. My neighbor was sending me updates, letting me know that there was still media around my house, that my house had multiple random pizza deliveries that people were calling in. So I had to get dog food for our dog, and I met her at the actually in the church parking lot behind Red Naps that afternoon to give her the food.
Okay, and I believe that we've heard about that and saw the GPS stuff. Did you go to any banks?
Not on that day.
Okay, did you go anytime that week?
Yes.
All right, why were you going to banks?
When all this unfolded and we found out that it was my son that was a shooter, I get a lot of advice from my dad. My dad's been involved in some civil suits before. He told me that there's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits, and they're going to try to take your assets. And I didn't really have any assets. The bank owned my house, the bank owned my cars, and all I had was the cash in my bank. And he said they could freeze your account. So I went and withdrew money from my account. My dad also deposited extra money in my account during that time to give to us, help us retain a lawyer, which I withdrew as well.
Okay, so you withdrew that money. Did you withdraw anything from an account that had Ethan's name on it?
We transferred money from that savings account to our account.
Okay, explain that account. I know it says Ethan's name on it. Is anyone else listed on the account?
No, it's a Simply Kids savings account through Flagstar Bank. So he opened it with $200. I don't think he really had any more than $100 left after things he wanted to buy, but I transfer money from my check into that account, so we kind of use it as a savings account too.
Okay, so did you leave any money in that account?
If we did, it was very little.
Okay. So on December 1st, we heard testimony already that your son was charged. You watched online. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. We heard on the 1st, did you guys stay at the hotel in Lapeer, or did you go somewhere else?
No, we went to the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay, why is that?
Probably for the cheapest rates, and it was a decent hotel. Not any other reason why.
Okay, so how long did you end up staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills?
We ended up staying there for 2 days.
Okay, and then we've heard testimony that charges were going to be announced at some point. Did you know when charges would be announced?
No, I was kind of following the news articles, trying to get updates. My cousin was sending me a lot of texts, saying, I think they're going to charge you too. We didn't think I would get charged. Maybe my husband, because the gun was in his name. So we had an awareness of it, but I don't think it really actually set in that it was going to happen until it did.
Okay. So we heard testimony that on December 3rd, you end up at an art studio. Explain to us what was the hotel? Extended stay in Auburn Hills?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us all where you went. How do you get from that hotel to the art studio in Detroit, and why? Give us the rundown.
So we ended up going to Owasso to get our normal cell phones. We couldn't shut down accounts.
Why couldn't you shut down accounts?
Because of the two-factor authentication, so it was sending a text message to my old phone number I didn't have, so I had my employer yelling at me to shut down my LinkedIn account, my Instagram account, because I had my employer's name all over it, so we had to get cell phones with our old numbers on it to get that back.
Were you trying to deactivate Facebook and stuff too?
I already deactivated Facebook. My husband needed to deactivate his Facebook. I had to deactivate LinkedIn and Instagram, and I couldn't get into my email on my burner phone because of that two-factor authentication code thing.
Okay, so you guys went to Owasso and got what?
We got regular cell phones with our old numbers on it.
Okay. Then what?
That's when Andre, my friend, called.
Is there any reason you went to Owasso to get those phones?
Yeah, we didn't feel safe in the local area.
Okay, so you drove like the hour they tested. Okay. All right, so then what?
So my friend Andre, who owns the art studio, called and was checking in to see how we were doing, and he wanted to stop by our hotel. It was the night of the 2nd. So he actually came to our hotel that night, and he invited us to come to his art studio the next day just to be around a friend, he wanted to buy us sandwiches, he wanted to show us art studio. He was just a really nice guy that was just offering a friendship during that time when we didn't know what was going on. So that's how we ended up going to the art studio.
Okay, how did you get to the art studio?
I drove.
Okay, drove what?
I drove my car, and my husband left our other car at the hotel.
Okay, so we've heard about how one car is like left at this hotel. That's because you guys went together to
Correct.
Detroit.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know you were going to get charged at that point?
We had heard they might announce charges sometime that day.
Okay, but I want to know, did you know you were definitely being charged at that point?
Oh, no.
Okay, so tell us what happened when you got to the art studio. I think we saw him show you where to park. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Why did you park where you parked?
I was parking close to the dumpster, and he told me to move away from the dumpster because people like to throw stuff out there. So I moved. He showed me where to park. So I wasn't taking anybody's parking space or blocking the dumpster or any of that.
Okay. So then what did you guys do that day?
He showed us around the building, and then we went to the art studio. Andre had a business meeting, I think at 11 o'clock that day. And so he left the building for a little bit. He came back after charges were announced. So he came back when we found out we were getting charged. He brought sandwiches back. At that point in time.
How were you feeling at that point when you found out you're getting charged?
Just freaked out. I've never been charged with anything in my life.
Okay, so you've never been charged with a crime like this?
Like this, correct.
Okay. Of this magnitude?
Correct.
All right. So so you know you're charged, or you know that they want you. What was your plan at that point?
Well, I was in touch with my attorney.
Me.
You. And I was taking your advice that we're going to turn ourselves in.
When were you planning to turn yourself in?
The next day, so it would be Saturday morning.
Okay, why was that?
That's when the Novi court was doing arraignments that day.
Okay, so on Friday, the whole afternoon, you know you're being charged. That afternoon, what was your plan at that point? Or what were you doing at that point?
I was debating whether or not to go back to Auburn Hills and stay at the extended stay. And I think this is before we even knew there was a manhunt out for us.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the defense exhibit, proposed exhibit A? The prosecution has received it. Okay.
No objection.
Do you object to submission? Nope. Okay. Thank you. Okay, A is admitted. Can you tell the jury what that document shows?
It's a Priceline.com travel itinerary, year trip from December 1st.
Okay.
Last visited 12/3/2021.
Okay. So when you're on 12/3, are there also searches for another hotel?
I think so. Yeah, there's a Priceline checkout, Auburn Hills, 12/4, 12/5. So I think I was looking at for those dates.
So you were planning to, is it fair to say then you're looking for a hotel?
Objection, deleting.
All right, so that exhibit, what does it tell you about your plans for 4/4 to 4/5?
To be in Auburn Hills, extended stay.
Okay. What is Priceline?
It's an app where you can get last minute hotel deals.
Do you agree these are your searches?
Yeah, I'm always on Priceline.
Okay. Ultimately, on the night of the 3rd, were you aware on Friday afternoon if you could go into court that afternoon? What was your awareness?
I was not aware that we could go into court that afternoon. I was just waiting on direction from you to what we're going to do the following day and turning ourselves in.
All right. So the prosecution showed lots of pictures of the art studio. We agree. That's what it looks like, right?
Right.
Okay. Did you guys sleep on that mattress that night?
Yeah, we did. It was actually in the hallway, a common hallway the business shared, and we pulled it into the art studio and slept on it that night.
Okay. Did you, the prosecution showed receipts and supplies that were bought, things like that. Who went to the store and did that?
My friend went to the store. We gave him a list and he picked up things for us.
Okay. Why didn't you go to the police department? This is so distracting. I'm having a really hard time. I can move maybe and ask.
Okay, try not to talk.
Okay. So who bought those supplies?
My friend did.
Okay. Why didn't you and James just go on your own to the police department and turn yourselves in?
Because we didn't feel it'd be safe.
Okay. Why is that?
Just the fact that the entire community and Michigan knew that we were expected to turn ourselves in at the police department, so they would know where to go.
Okay. And so that night, did you and James sleep there?
We did.
What time did you go to bed? What happened? Just really quickly.
I want to say it was after 11, maybe around 11 o'clock, when we finally went to bed. We both, I'm prescribed Xanax for anxiety, and we each took 4 because we knew we were going to be turning ourselves in the next day, and we hadn't slept in 4 days, and we just wanted to sleep.
Okay, so you each took 4.
We did.
Okay, and so the next thing, the next piece of evidence we saw was them coming into that art studio. Do you recall that?
I recall my husband screaming, and there was people with guns again in our face, officers.
What were you doing prior to hearing your husband screaming?
We were sleeping.
Okay. Were you aware there was anything going on?
No, I was not.
Okay. We saw the video, so we don't need to go through all of that. And the prosecution admitted, I'm going to put it up on the screen, People's Exhibit 150, and I just want to verify with you. I'm sorry, can you turn it on, actually? Okay, do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's an alarm we set for, or I set for the next morning.
For Saturday morning?
For Saturday morning, correct.
Okay, do you recall why you set it for 6:30, 6:45? Is there 2 alarms or 1?
Yeah, there's 2.
Okay, why did you set those alarms?
Because we were going to wake up and drive to the Novi courthouse and meet you there by 8:30.
Okay, and what was your plan there? What was going to be your plan when you got to Novi?
We were going to be arraigned.
Okay, now, there was evidence. Oh, whoops. There was evidence that your purse and belongings were found in totes there. Do you remember seeing all those pictures?
I do.
Okay, tell the jury why those were, your purse and personal effects were in those bins.
I didn't know if we were going to jail. I didn't know if we were going to be bonded out. I didn't know what was going to happen. So I had told my friend where I left my purse and my backpack, where I did have pretty much all my money in it, to grab those the next day, or when he's at the studio. He's not usually there on the weekend. So I put them in the totes just for extra precaution.
In some of the messages the prosecution admitted, you say that you failed as a parent. Are you a failure as a parent?
I don't think I'm a failure as a parent, but at that time, I guess I felt bad that Ethan was sad at those things, and I guess I don't know, I just felt like I failed somewhere. I don't really know how to describe it. It's just that point in time, I just kind of felt like somewhere I failed.
Do you believe there was anything, do you believe that you knew or had reason to know your son was a danger to anyone else?
No. As a parent, you spend your whole life trying to protect your child from other dangers. You never would think you have to protect your child from harming somebody else. That's what blew my mind. That was the hardest thing I had to stomach, is that my child harmed and killed other people.
Do you believe there were things you were thinking at the time, I should do this, but I'm not doing it? Do you look back and think that?
No, I don't. I mean, of course I look back after this all happened, and I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have.
If you could change what happened, would you?
Oh, absolutely. I wish he would have killed us instead.
Over the last 26 months, has this been stressful for you?
It's been very stressful. Yes.
Have you had a range of emotions?
I've had a lot of emotions.
Do you believe you are the victim here?
I don't want to say that I'm a victim, because I do not want to disrespect those families that truly are the victims on this. But we did lose a lot.
Okay. You've lost everything.
We did.
I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning, right? The mom says they have a natural break. I need to instruct you during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not post, do not go on Facebook, do not do research, do not discuss the case with anyone, do not watch the news, do not read a newspaper. You guys have been really great, and we appreciate it. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Right.
All rise for the jury.
I'm going to let the jury go right now so that I can ask if there's anything. You can sit.
Is it okay if she comes out?
Yeah, she can step down. You can be seated. Your jury, so please do this. We're going to do cross tomorrow morning. And then, do you know what you're going to do next?
I don't. Your Honor, my client and I have a number of witnesses on our list.
Okay.
And to be quite frank, I'm going to go to meet with her.
Okay.
Or I have arrangements to meet with her.
Okay.
I have opinions about what we should do. I know that our opinions have not matched. And so we need to have some discussions.
Okay.
I just don't know who I'm going to be calling based on it. But the prosecution has my list.
Okay.
It's the same as it's been. Nothing's changed.
Okay.
I actually have two names I can give them that I know I'm not going to call.
Okay.
Judge, but shortly before trial, the people filed a notice of intent to admit something should the defense counsel assert a privilege, that privilege being attorney-client communication. Questions asked of the defendant, I believe, caused a revisiting of that ruling.
Okay, meaning what? What do you mean?
Meaning that there was a thumbnail photograph recovered off of the defendant's phone from a time period where the police were on scene at 1111 Bellevue in Detroit. The defendant has testified that she was waiting to hear her instructions from Ms. Smith. She can't testify to any communication between herself and her attorney without waiving the privilege. That privilege has been waived. We should be now entitled to explore what that text message was. The timing of it was very important, especially considering the timing of the 911 call in Detroit, as well as the timing of the fugitive team's arrival in Detroit and the timing of the arrest of the defendants.
Are you talking about the text that I already saw?
Yes, Judge.
The two-word text?
Now, but the issue is, when it was seen, it was immediately closed because it was recognized as potential.
Okay, I understand that. I guess I'm asking you to be more specific without me being more specific.
Well, there were three texts, not two words.
Okay. No, is that what I saw already?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess a few things come to mind. When I received that, we had a previous motion about this. It's unclear to me whose phone that was. That's just one thing among many other issues.
Right. We can't explore it if it's a potential attorney-client communication. So it was never investigated. That's why we brought it to the court's attention and counsel's attention immediately.
Your Honor,
that's after consultation actually with the Michigan State Bar Ethics Hotline. So,
well, one of the reasons I asked you that is because I know there were 4 phones from there, and 2 of the phones didn't have specific numbers. I don't know if that came from one of the phones that specifically belonged to one of the defendants.
Yes. The answer to that question is yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, when I was questioning my client, I was asking her what her plan was, what she was planning to do. She said what she was planning to do. I didn't expect she was going to say anything about me. I thought she was just going to say we were waiting for information, we were waiting to turn ourselves in, waiting for directions, and we had a backup plan. We'll go to court on Novi in the morning. I don't believe she's opened attorney-client privilege as to this topic. And to be honest, I don't even know what they would have.
This has been an issue since the beginning of the case.
It's not just the privilege, it's also to impeach what we believe to be false testimony. That's important in cross-examination.
Your Honor, the prosecution has tried to make me a witness, but I've made arrangements often with law enforcement and prosecution teams to turn my client in.
Okay,
I have never seen...
The police are not required to wait.
I'm not saying that, but
right.
What the police did is they tried to make me a witness. They made police reports with my text messages and tried to turn me into a witness when it's typical for...
I think you're giving them too much credit.
Well, I texted Karen McDonald and said I was representing the Crumbleys.
Okay, but
on Friday morning, she would not get back to me.
She doesn't have to get back
I know
to you.
she doesn't.
The police do not have to ask you for permission to arrest your client.
I completely agree. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that I was waiting for Miss McDonald to work with me to turn her in because she texted me the night before we'd work it out.
Fugitive surrender. We actually had evidence of that.
I thought
Hendrick as well as Lieutenant Willett.
I thought we had professional courtesy going, that we were working together, and then she wouldn't call me back all day. And I said, okay, then we have to go turn you in. I want to turn her into a court. So we went to the Novi. We were going to the Novi court at 8:30 because they do weekend arraignments.
Okay, I've heard all of this before, but the thing is, you cannot testify to this.
I understand, but I'm saying that the prosecution is trying to make me a witness by having them put police reports together.
That's why we had the waiver.
This came up from the beginning of the case. There was concern about that.
I agree with you, and I thought the concern was over because they dropped it. And I
had to bring it up yesterday.
No, they didn't drop it. It's just been dealt with in waivers and motions and things like that. So, if your client raises something I guess I'd want you to specify whether it's in a filing exactly what you're saying or exactly what you want to admit, because I think that we're, treading on difficult ground that we've been treading on since the case started.
We signed a waiver specifically for this. It was
Not for
March
this.
of 2022. That paragraph 13 of that waiver, the defendant will not be able to use, and actually the court on the record said, Ms. Smith, you understand that flight is an issue in this case. The court remembers, but it was early on in this case.
Your Honor,
the waiver.
Okay, I can't interrupt. I'm sorry. I can't interrupt each other. So I guess tell me what you're specifically requesting.
So
because
we need
the chronology, because she says she was asleep when the police are hitting the door or whatever it is.
Yes, it goes into all of that. It goes into all of that. So there's this was a thumbnail of a text message that we immediately, the individual at the prosecutor's office who saw it, immediately closed it because he recognized a potential attorney-client material. Before he did, he noticed the timestamp on that. The timestamp is exactly, I think it's actually 2 minutes off of a timestamp from a text message between Ms. Smith and Sergeant Hendrick, where Ms. Smith indicated she cannot get a hold of her client. Now, I want to cross-examine Jennifer Crumbley specifically about that, because she put that an issue in front of the jury.
Okay, specifically about whether or not she was in contact with her lawyer?
What? Can you just have a minute, please?
Yeah. I guess one of the problems is you can't use your shield as a sword. That's a problem.
Your Honor, I'm suggesting that if my client opened the door to that in any way, that you instruct the jury they're not to consider it and strike that testimony. We did not intend to open that door. I don't even remember, and I don't even know what that text message is. I saw that. I obviously responded to their filings. I have no memory of that text or this timing. So,
okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'm just saying that I would just say that this should just be instructed to be inadmissible and tell the jury to absolutely ignore any testimony about any communications with the attorney.
The waiver, the defendant signed the waiver. Defense counsel signed the waiver. It's, again, sword and shield, Judge. This is exactly what counsel is doing, and we can have someone from computer crimes extract any conversations, communications between the defendant and her attorney. The court can review it in camera.
I think that you're specifically trying to impeach her statement that I did not talk to my lawyer that night. I'm trying to remember the exact statement.
Well, the timing of when she was awake, when she sent the message, the fact that she indicated that she was asleep, the method in which she indicated how she fell asleep, and with the assistance of 4 Xanax. It's important to explore those particular details, Judge. The timing is crucial.
Okay, well, I might allow you to ask the question. You said you were asleep at 11 o'clock because you took 4 Xanax. I might allow you to ask, isn't it true that you texted your attorney at 11:03 or whatever it is? I might let you ask that. But the thought that you want me to do an in-camera review of every communication between Mrs. Crumbley and an attorney that could potentially breach the attorney-client privilege,
I'd be satisfied with just that timing, that message, Judge.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to invite you. I feel like every night you're getting a homework assignment. Of course, I have my own homework assignment. But if you would like to send me a case, do a short memo, anything like that, if you'd like me to read at 4 o'clock in the morning when you should be sleeping, that's what I'll do.
The issue is that Jennifer Crumbley testified that she did what she did because her lawyer told her to. That's the crux of it. And there's evidence to the contrary. And I want that evidence to be admitted.
Okay, are you specifically, okay, those are 2 different things though. Are you specifically talking about the text that we dealt with last week? Or are you talking about other communication that was dealt with previously?
I think last week is the one we're referring to, Judge. That's
okay.
the motion that was filed.
Okay.
There's also text messages from Ms. Smith to an officer. There's no privilege there.
There's no privilege.
Correct. So that's naturally going to be part of cross-examination.
Okay.
But specifically right now, I want the court to review that, and we're asking permission to cross-examine on that, Judge.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to have someone from my staff go back and see what the specific statement was about that. That's for starters. And additionally, if you would like to give me any law on the issue, I don't know if there's any law beyond what we briefed last week, but
Well, that's why the waiver.
yeah, the waiver. Well, I might be inclined to ask her, to let you ask, isn't it true that, did you testify that you were sleeping at 11:03? Yes. Isn't it true that you texted your lawyer at that time? I may allow you to do that. Anything else?
I don't think so.
I'm going to have someone from my staff review the record and determine exactly what was said. I think that's important.
It was in March of 2022 on the hearing again. The waiver it is, and the initial waiver.
I'm sure I have the waiver. Yeah, I have all those waivers. I'm familiar with the waiver, but to review the record to see exactly what was from said that a quote. Okay. I'm trying to be careful. Anything else?
I don't think that.
No, Your Honor, thank you. I will email the prosecution tonight, who I plan to call.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.